यमुनातीरावनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय मुशबाद परमहंस परिचार्य श्रोत श्रीमदे भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की इस्कॉन फाउंडर आचार्य बीवीटी फाउंडर श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिचार्य श्रोत श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत ठाकुर श्रील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से गौ श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर नवदीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगामय की यमुनामय की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की संवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू असेंबल्ड डिवोटीज हरे कृष्ण ऑल ग्लोरीज टू असेंबल्ड डिवोटीज हरे कृष्ण ऑल ग्लोरीज टू असेंबल्ड डिवोटीज हरे कृष्ण ऑल ग्लोरीज टू श्री गुरु गौरांग। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरयेत् नष्टप्रायेष भद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवत्युत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टिकी ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च नमः ओं विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरत्वशे नमः हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगतपते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। देखो ये ऐसे छोड़ना ये ठीक नहीं है, Huh? You should put it back, no? You tell him otherwise to do it. ठीक है. Okay, let's revise a few points from yesterday.
Can I, Prabhuji?
Yes, please.
Prabhuji, yesterday we discussed from first canto, fifth chapter, 19th shloka, the uncongenial association, that is satsang, and because of this, the devotee falls down. Really because of wrong association, and then what happens? Then he follows the path of material opulence. He relishes material things. And what was more alarming for me is that he develops this material consciousness, and because of that he does offenses, and
Yeah.
because he does offenses, everything appears to be material, and that is why he cannot continue for a long time. So
Yeah.
this was very alarming for myself also, that wrong association mein nahi jana chahiye. And then you also mentioned that then uh, Krishna's mercy can come in many forms. It can be in the form of his Charanamrit by punishment. So we have to accept in whichever form it comes. Ashre Shiva Padra Pinashtuma. So
Right.
that mercy comes in the form of punishment. Then that time you mentioned that what is required, then that is association of devotees is very much required to remind
Yes.
us about our original position, Prabhuji.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you. Somebody else?
Towards end, Prabhuji, especially that point was very touching. You mentioned the pastime of Srila Prabhupada, how Srila Prabhupada, just within 1 year, the devotees developed such an intimate relationship with him. That was mainly because of selflessness of Prabhupada in serving. So you made this point that intimacy in relationships comes when there is a selflessness in dealings.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, online, anybody else? Online, how many are there?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dhanat Pranam.
Then, yes, bro.
We also realize that jnana is the tinge of contamination where one will want peace in bhakti. So actually we should not be hankering for this and go on with our services till we realize that there is no peace like Yashoda Maya.
Right. But that lack of peace for Mother Yashoda is the highest form of bliss.
Correct. So that will be realized. Now we are not able to realize because of our condition.
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
One more point was there. If nobody is there, I
go ahead.
That is the relation of the servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy.
Yes.
The stages from dasya to madhurya is the difference is that the selflessness increases.
Right. Yes. Okay, good. So how many are there online?
Get 12.
So online is exceeding on-site. Huh?
I can come offline also, but I am only one Mataji. Then how?
Okay, that's fine. What 18? No, but why here so few? What? But what rest? Hey, this is Bhakti Vedanta class, Baba. What is standard of Bhakti Vedanta? This Bhakti Vedanta is whose title? This is still Prabhupada's title. Uh-huh. So actually in the standards set by the Board of Examinations, there's also one clause about Vaishnava behavior as one of the criteria for awarding certificates. I think so we have to take this a little more seriously. Otherwise, what's the point in giving certificates? We don't want simply academic scholars. This was never Srila Prabhupada's objective. We are speaking so much, we are discussing so much philosophy for what? If there is no application, then what is the point? What is the point? So, amongst those who are online, is anyone here in Pune? Shri Guru Prabhu, what's he doing? Huh? Shri Guru Prabhu, are you hearing? Huh? Shri Guru. Came right on time, we were calling you. Amazing, you heard our call. Anybody else is there? Of course, Kunjberry also, they're supposed to come actually. They're supposed to come. Kunjberry is not in some other country. So, of course, Saswad is a little far. Of course, it takes, Saswad also is not too far actually. It takes almost the same time, I think. Saswad also takes 45 minutes and Kunjberry also takes 45 minutes, right? No, kilometer may be anything, but because I've also gone to Saswad, I know it takes 45 minutes, max 1 hour. If somebody wants to. Where is Shuddha Chitta Prabhu? Bhubaneswar. See, actually, when schedule is told much in advance.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Who's speaking? Shuddha Chitta. Where are you?
Prabhuji, I'm on train, Prabhuji, due to some urgent service, Prabhuji.
Achha. Okay. So actually, see, when schedules are told much in advance, then devotee should, unless it is emergency, devotee should make their schedules in such a way that they are able to be present. Unless it's emergency. That is how things should be. So, we are announcing well in advance, right?
If possible, little more advance.
Sorry.
If we can know the schedules, because many times we plan a yatra and then we come to know Bhaktivedanta classes are there and we already spent Lakshmi booking tickets, everything. So if we can know 2-3 months before any schedule, it will be good, Prabhuji.
What happens is second week is given to us. Hare Krishna. The second week is given for Bhakti Vedanta every month, second week. But many times the speakers are not available. This is one thing. Now, second thing, 11th canto is going to come. So, means a 10th canto. So, all speakers are not ready to speak on these topics. So, for January, we had announced in October, November only. January, this last week. Now, for February, we took that time, like during the classes only we announced. Now, for March,
Again, Venugopal Prabhu is saying last weekend he will come. No, last week.
So see, week, I think so week cannot be so much fixed. But
Prabhuji, issue is what? Actually, some devotees already have their camps and yatras fixed up. So then that time it becomes issue. Now somebody have also fixed up even June, July ka bhi camp. Abhi utna so advanced we cannot fix the speaker. That is the issue for us.
Of course, if we want, we can fix.
Means then.
If we want, we can. So, actually, if it is possible, we can try to fix for the entire year, actually. It is possible, if we want. So, okay, and we will discuss this later. But it is possible. So, but we can discuss this. So if we have the schedule well in advance, then devotees know the dates, then accordingly they can adjust their other schedules to be over here for the classes. That should be, because essentially these classes are on-site classes. So these are not online. So it is expected that devotees come here unless it's emergency. That is the standard. Because we know when devotees are online, what happens? We all know. What is the attention span? How much parallel processing goes on? So we are well aware of these things. And so therefore, we want to reduce that. This online trend which started during COVID as an emergency, we don't want the emergency situation to be always there. That was emergency situation. Emergency is emergency. Now we should revert back to the on-site classes. It's very important to come back to the Vedic standard. That standard is the best for learning. Otherwise, things will all become very superficial, watered down. Everything is taken very cheaply. Because once it's online, things become cheap. Because you can sit whenever you want, you can go whenever you want, and keep the presence there. Well, how many funny things happen with online, we know.
Prabhuji, Hare Krishna.
Madhu se approve.
Prabhuji, what you are saying is absolutely right. But for example, now this time, this class is suddenly announced, but our already tickets are booked. So what you said that it is possible to book the entire year's schedule actually. It is possible.
Correct. Yes, it is possible. So we'll try. Bolo?
Done, Prabhuji. That's what I liked is that you said entire year's schedule, you publish it. Then the people will arrange their own schedule.
Right.
Because 10 tickets are not, they are available in 15 days. You can't book it.
Correct. Yes, that's true. So we'll try to do that. We'll try to fix in advance. Actually, if we, from our side, if we tell teachers in advance, then teachers also agree. They fix their schedules accordingly. I personally am doing that, so I can tell with some good amount of conviction.
And Prabhuji, some central events happen, just like IYC L3 meters there in March last week. So if that can be taken account, because central things, many of us are into the central management and things. So if that also could be taken in account, so it can help us, Prabhuji.
Yeah. Of course, if emergencies come, that's always understandable. But we don't want this trend, less on-site, more online. This is not a good trend. The trend should be minimum online, maximum on-site. And if online can become nil, that is best. That should be the standard. Okay, fine. So, and especially again, I'm making this point that this is Bhakti Vedanta. We definitely expect a high standard of not only just a philosophical understanding, but a high standard of Vaishnava behavior in terms of punctuality, in terms of the participation. So, Shastric study is not simply about some philosophy and some academic study. That's not the purpose of Shastric study at all. We have discussed these points many times. So, the purpose is that there has to be practical application. Otherwise, what is the purpose of simply Shastric study? Of course, some purification will take place. But then, at the end of the day, there has to be a transformation. There has to be some change. So if we find that there is no change in the Vaishnava standards, the Vaishnava behavior, then what is the point? What is the point of simply Shastric study? So unless there is an emergency, one has to follow the standards. So when class timing is announced, when class dates are announced, one has to stick. How many times do we hear Brahmachari, Gurukule, Vasandanto, Guru Hritam? How many times we hear these verses? So there must be some effect, no? Some effect has to be there. If we want to come peacefully, even I can come peacefully, right? At whatever time I want. I can come. But whatever is there, I'm personally keeping everything aside to come here on time. Why? There's only one purpose. Why? Because there's a service. That's what we were discussing yesterday. Right? That's what we were discussing. That is what we have to try and improve, right? The service attitude. That means I've been assigned this service. It is serious business. That is the meaning of service attitude. So, of course, what were the standards in Kunj Bihari? We cannot even discuss that now. But then, once upon a time, it was like that. Not 1 second late. That was the standard. So, I'm sure many of us know that famous statement of Srila Prabhupada, right? Unless one is self-controlled, unless one is disciplined, unless one is fully obedient, no one can be successful in following the instructions of the spiritual master. Without doing so, no one can go back home, back to God. And many of us may have spoken on that statement also. But then again, everything has to be put into practice ourselves. Then it will have effect on us, and then we can actually benefit others. Otherwise, everything will remain on a very superficial platform. And when things remain on a very superficial platform, then the progress will be very slow. And there'll be a lot of problems individually and collectively. As we have discussed many times, Krishna consciousness is a science. It's a science. So anyways, this is what we have to learn from the Shastra, and as we will see in what the queens are going to say now. How the queens are so determined to please the Supreme Lord. Okay, fine. So let's go ahead with text 5. Shri Rishi Ruvacha Ityuttama Shloka Shikhamanim Janeshu Abhishtu Vatsu Andaka Kaurava Striyaha Sametya Govinda Kathamito Grinams Triloka Gita Shrinuvanayami Te. The great sage Shukadeva Goswami said, as Yudhishthira and the others were thus praising Lord Krishna, the crest jewel of all sublimely glorified personalities, the women of the Andaka and Gaurava clans met with one another and began discussing topics about Govinda that are sung throughout the three worlds. Please listen as I relate these to you. Okay. So in this way, we saw in the previous verses how Yudhishthira and others were glorifying the qualities of Krishna. And so when that was happening, then these women, they also began to discuss about Govinda Katha Mitaha. That's sung throughout the three worlds. And so now Shukadeva Goswami is going to speak about this. Okay. Text 6 and 7. Shri Draupadi said, O Vedharbi, Bhadra and Jambavati, O Kaushala, Satyabhama and Kalindi, O Shaibya, Rohini, Lakshmana and other wives of Lord Krishna, please tell me how the Supreme Lord Achyuta, imitating the ways of this world by his mystic power, came to marry each of you. Okay, so this is a question which Draupadi is asking all the queens of Krishna, that how they married Krishna, how Krishna married them. In the purport, there's a point, the Rohini addressed here by Draupadi is not Lord Balaram's mother, but another Rohini, the foremost of the 16,000 princesses Lord Krishna rescued from the prison of Bhaumasur. Draupadi turns to her as the representative of all 16,000 and as a virtual equal to Sri Krishna's 8 chief queens. So now each of the queens is going to describe how they were married to Krishna. And so these pastimes have already been covered in the previous chapters. So we're not going to get into the details of the pastimes. So we will just read the translations and go ahead. So we'll say, okay, so you can just read the translation. So maybe one verse we'll recite, the 8th verse. Shri Rukmini Uvacha Chaidyaya Marpa Yutamudyata Karmukeshu Rajasva Ajeya Bhata Shekaritangri Renu Nimye Mrigendra Iva Bhagam Ajavi Yuthat Tat Shri Niketa Charanostum Amarchanaya.
Prabhuji, can online devotees also read?
Yes. So we'll go alternately. Okay. So alternately, one from here, one online. We'll do like that.
Shri Rukmini said, when all the kings held their bows at the ready to assure that I would be presented to Shishupal, he who puts the dust of his feet on the heads of invincible warriors took me from their midst, as a lion forcibly takes his prey from the midst of goats and sheep. May I always be allowed to worship those feet of Lord Krishna, the abode of Goddess Shri.
Okay.
Purport. Lord Krishna's pastime of kidnapping Rukmini is narrated in detail in chapters 52 through 54 of the Srimad Bhagavatam's 10th canto.
Okay, go ahead. Next. Translation.
Shri Satyabhama said, my father, his heart tormented by his brother's death, accused Krishna of killing him. To remove the stain on his reputation, the Lord defeated the king of the bears and took back the Samantak jewel, which he then returned to my father. Fearing the consequences of his offense, my father offered me to the Lord, even though I had already been promised to others. As described in chapter 56 of this canto, King Satyajit had already compromised himself by promising his daughter's hand first to Akrura and then again to a number of other suitors. But after the return of the Samantak jewel, he felt impelled by his shame to offer her to Lord Krishna instead. According to Srila Sridhar Swami, the word Prabhave, unto the Lord, answers any doubt as to the propriety of offering Krishna a bride who had already been promised to others. It is perfectly proper to offer him everything one owns and improper to withhold anything from him.
Okay, so we know the pastime how Satyajit, when that whole episode of the Shamatak jewel, and then he felt ashamed that he accused Krishna of stealing the Shamatak jewel, then that's how he gave his daughter Satyabhama, even though he had promised her to many others. And then, of course, the others got angry and they tried to take revenge, and so many things happened. So here, Sridhar Swami is writing an important point, that how ultimately Krishna is the proprietor of everything, and so ultimately everything should be offered to Krishna. Everything is meant for his pleasure and not withhold anything. Okay, fine, next.
Shri Jambavati said.
Hey, wait, alternately, online.
Hare Krishna.
Let them listen.
Text number 10. Shri Jambavati said, unaware that Lord Krishna was none other than his own master and worshipable deity, the husband of goddess Sita, my father fought with him for 27 days. When my father finally came to his senses and recognized the Lord, he took hold of his feet and presented him with both me and Shamantaka jewel as tokens of his reverence. I am simply the Lord's maidservant.
Yes.
Jambavan had been Lord Ramchandra's servant many thousands of years before. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti mentions that while hearing Jambavati's story, the woman present recognized her as a girl whom Jambavan had once offered to Lord Sri Rama to be his wife. Since Lord Rama had taken a vow to have only one wife, he could not accept her then, but did so when he returned in the Dwapar Yuga as Krishna. The other queens wanted to honor Jambavati for this, but she replied humbly, I'm just the Lord's maidservant. How Jambavati and Satyabhama became Lord Krishna's wives is told in chapter 56 of the 10th canto.
Right, so this story also we know. Again, this is also in connection to the Shamatak jewel pastime only. How?
So Jambavati lived for so long.
Of course, even Jambavan is continuing, na? From Treta Yuga to Dwapar Yuga.
They don't become old.
So maybe there's no
Balaram's wife also same thing. She also was very old.
Of course, they don't grow old. They always remain young. So seems to be like that. So Jambavati was offered to Sri Ram. And there's no mention of being born again, right? Acha. Okay, whatever. Acha. Okay. So in any case, but the important point in that story is that how Jambavan could not recognize that Krishna was the same Lord Ram. Why he could not recognize? Okay, that's one reason. Okay, could be one reason. Yes, the material attachment, the attachment to the jewel. So because of the attachment to the jewel, he was covered over, and therefore he could not recognize. So he had to become purified by the beating of Krishna for how many? 27 days. And then was sufficiently purified, then he could recognize. So, yes.
He got the Charanamrit of the Supreme Lord.
Ah, yes. Now the Charanamrit point has become... Okay, fine, let's go ahead. Text 11.
Shri Kalindi said, the Lord knew I was performing severe austerities and penances with the hope of one day touching his lotus feet. So he came to me in the company of his friend and took my hand in marriage. Now I am engaged as a sweeper in his palace.
So previously she said, I'm maid servant. And now she says, Marjani, cleaner or sweeper. And we read before that how in Vaikuntha, even though there is no dust, still the queens are sweeping. Why? Yes, just to please the Lord and attract His grace. The most important point is they're so eager to attract the grace of the Lord that they're somehow trying to do some service even though there's no service. Because in actuality, what service is there in Vaikuntha? All Kalpavrikshas are there. So what service is there? Everything can, by just desiring, everything can take place. So therefore, somehow they're trying to do some service to attract the grace of the Lord. So we can see that how, even though these personalities are so exalted, but still their mood as a humble servant. So they don't have any false ego of being someone great, but they are having that very humble service mood. We just simply want to serve as maid servants, cleaners, sweepers. So this is the important point. So no upadhis. The only upadhi is to serve. And so this is what we have to try and cultivate to come to this platform of humble service attitude. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Text 12. Okay, online?
Yes, Prabhu. I'll read. Direct translation, no, Prabhuji?
Yes.
Shri Mitravinda said, at my Swayamvara ceremony, he came forward, defeated all the kings present, including my brothers, who dared insult him, and took me away just as a lion removes his prey from amidst a pack of dogs. Thus, Lord Krishna, the shelter of the goddess of fortune, brought me to his capital city. May I be allowed to serve him by washing his feet life after life.
So here she is aspiring for Tasya astu me anubhavam angri avane janatvam. Simply washing his lotus feet life after life. That means simply to serve. Okay, next.
Shri Satya said, my father arranged for 7 extremely powerful and vigorous bulls with deadly sharp horns to test the prowess of the kings who desired my hand in marriage. Although these bulls destroyed the false pride of many heroes, Lord Krishna subdued them effortlessly, tying them up in the same way that children playfully tie up a goat's kids. He thus purchased me with his valor. Then he took me away with my maidservants and full army of 4 divisions, defeating all the kings who opposed him along the road. May I be granted the privilege of serving that Lord.
The privilege of serving. Interesting. So the opportunity to serve is a privilege. They're translating like that. So we know these pastimes before. Okay, go ahead.
15, 16, right, Prabhuji?
My dear
15, 16.
So
15 and 16.
one of you decide who's going to read.
Madhasya Prabhu, you carry on.
15 and 16, the Bhadra. Sri
Yes.
Bhadra said, "My dear Draupadi, of his own free will, my father invited his nephew Krishna, to whom I had already dedicated my heart, and offered me to him as his bride. My father presented me to the Lord with an Akshoini military guard and a retinue of my female companions. My ultimate perfection is this: to always be allowed to touch Lord Krishna's lotus feet as I wander from life to life, bound by my karma." Shall I go up perfect? Perfect, Prabhuji?
Yes.
With the word Atmana, Queen Bhadra speaks not only for herself, but for all the living entities as well. The soul's perfection, Sriya Atmana, is devotional service to Lord Krishna, both in this world and beyond in liberation. Srila Jiva Goswami comments that although in civilized society it is normally considered disrespectful to publicly speak the name of one's guru or husband, the Lord Krishna's name is unique. The mere utterance of name of Krishna is commendable as the highest expression of reverence for God. As the Sveta Vatsara Upanishad 4.19 states, Yasya Nama Mahad Yashah, the holy name of the Lord is supremely glorious.
So as has been mentioned here, that she's speaking not only for herself, but for all living entities. So the Siddhanta is the same. She's saying that my ultimate perfection is this: to always be allowed to touch Lord Krishna's lotus feet as I wander from life to life, bound by my karma. So by one's karma, one is wandering life after life, and the perfection is to touch the Lord's lotus feet. But that's easy, right? Touching the Lord's lotus feet. But of course, the underlying meaning is what? Yes, to serve, not just the physical act of just touching. Okay, next, 17.
Prabhuji, I have a query.
Ah.
Prabhuji, like over here in this material world, for us, the sadhana is Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. And in the spiritual world also, the sadhya is also the same, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. So exactly what do the devotees over there exactly do in practical service? Like over here, practical services, like I'm doing book distribution, I'm making garlands, I'm making jewelry for the Lord. What exactly services do the pure devotees do over there in the spiritual world?
You can find out from them.
How will I find out?
But anyways, the Shastras are giving the understanding, right? That on the path of devotional service, the means and the end are the same. So therefore the same services go on there also. The only service which is missing in the spiritual world is preaching. That is the only service which is missing. Because there are no conditioned souls, materially conditioned souls. So otherwise all the other services, whether it is cooking or making garlands, singing, dancing, and as we were reading, sweeping, cleaning. Here they are saying that no laptops.
Prabhu, then what will be our role there? Those who are preachers and counselors, what will be their services?
Oh, so many other services will be there. There's unlimited service. Spiritual world means everything unlimited. So many services will be there. Unlimited. And so therefore, the services will always be there on the platform of sadhana and on the perfect state. But what is the difference? The difference is raw mango, ripe mango. That is the difference. Correct? What is the difference? Festivities. Okay, festivities. But what is the main difference?
The attitude?
Yes, the main difference is the attitudes. So in the spiritual world, then everything is done with love. And so the perfect service attitude to please. So that is what happens in the spiritual world. But as sadhakas, then, as we know, the main impetus to perform Vaidhi sadhana bhakti is, yes, the instructions of the spiritual master and the injunctions of the shastra. So that is the main impetus here. But in the spiritual world or on the perfected platform of prema, the impetus is, yes, spontaneous love. So there is no need of any management, no need of telling people do this, do that. Of course, there are people to allot services. That happens there also. So there is Vrinda Devi, who is allotting all the services. Yes, and of course, Yogma is orchestrating everything, all the leelas. So all that is happening there also. As we read, Rupa Manjari is the leader. So all these things are there, but everyone is spontaneously attracted, and so therefore they are more than eager, as we are seeing right here in these verses only. We are reading that how eager they are to become simple maid servants and render service. So that is the main difference. So last time we read this purport, 3rd canto, 2nd chapter, 3rd verse.
We haven't read.
We read or no?
No.
No. Okay, fine.
Also, Prabhuji, in the spiritual world, how are they glorifying the Supreme Lord? We say that they're all the time, like Mother Yashoda is all the time glorifying the Supreme Lord. And how is she glorifying him? Like little eager.
So just like we read in the Damodar Leela, isn't it?
Yes.
So even as she is churning the butter, she is singing the various activities of the Lord. She has composed some sort of poem glorifying the Supreme Lord's activities. And then she's singing those activities. So in that way, they're always singing, glorifying. Every word is a song. So that's what is happening in the spiritual world. And of course, they're constantly serving.
Yeah.
So they are doing practical services, but at the same time, they're singing the glories of the Lord, the activities of the Lord. So that is what is happening.
So we as sadhakas, our aspiration should be only to serve. Like, of course, I do not know where I belong to and how will I reach over there, but I am in the process. But like, sometimes people aspire, to go back home, back to Godhead. But in many of the classes, I have heard that, your aspiration should be only to serve, whether you are here or you're in, the spiritual world or anywhere in the, universe. That aspiration should be to serve the Supreme Lord in whatever capacity we can.
Yes.
What should be your aspiration, Prabhuji? Means the
Yes, so that's correct. So the main aspiration is simply to serve. That is the only aspiration for a devotee. Of course, not we discuss in our class. Of course, Srila Prabhupada did say so many times that we should aspire to go back home, back to Godhead. So, but why we want to go back to Godhead, to the spiritual world?
to serve him.
Yes, ultimately it's just to serve. So only thing is there in the spiritual world, the facilities and the atmosphere to serve is much more conducive. And so therefore one aspires to go to the spiritual world where there are no limitations, material limitations to serve. So here there are so many limitations, physical limitations, body limitations, so many limitations are there here. So therefore in the spiritual world, no limitations. One can serve continuously, no fatigue. So therefore one aspires to go back, as Srila Prabhupada said, back home. So aspiration to go back home is not wrong. That is our original home. So therefore we aspire to go back home. There's nothing wrong in that. But as we were discussing yesterday also, that the mood is not simply to Shanti. I'll go there so that no miseries and I can peacefully sleep. No, that is not the purpose. So the purpose is so that I can serve without any limitations. That is the main purpose. All right. So that's exactly what Srila Prabhupada is talking about in this purport here. Okay, let's read. This is being spoken by Uddhav to Vidura.
Hare Krishna. Uddhava thus served the Lord continuously from childhood, and in his old age that attitude of service never slackened. As soon as he was asked about the message of the Lord, he at once remembered all about him. Purport. Transcendental service to the Lord is not mundane. The service attitude of the devotee gradually increases and never becomes slackened. Generally, in old age, a person is allowed retirement from mundane service. But in the transcendental service of the Lord, there is no retirement at all. On the contrary, the service attitude increases more and more with the progress of the age.
Yes, the service attitude increases more and more with the progress of age.
In this transcendental service, there is no satiation, and therefore there is no retirement. Materially, when a man becomes tired by rendering service in his physical body, he is allowed retirement. But in the transcendental service, there is no feeling of fatigue because it is spiritual service and is not on the bodily plane. Service on the bodily plane dwindles as the body grows older, but the spirit is never old, and therefore on a spiritual plane, the service is never
tiresome.
Uddhava undoubtedly became old, but that does not mean that his spirit became old. His service attitude matured on the transcendental plane, and therefore as soon as he was questioned by Vidura about Lord Krishna, he at once remembered his Lord by reference to the context and forgot himself on the physical plane. That is the sign of pure devotional service to the Lord, as will be explained later on. Lakshanam Bhakti Yogasya, etc. in Lord Kapila's instructions to his mother Devahuti.
Right, so go to that first paragraph. Yes, so as Prabhupada is explaining here, that the service attitude increases more and more with the progress of age. The service attitude of the devotee gradually increases and never becomes slackened. So the enthusiasm to serve should increase with age, with seniority. It should increase. And of course, Srila Prabhupada himself is the best example for that. And so, of trying to follow the various instructions of the spiritual master, trying to be enthusiastic in one's services. So all this should increase. That is the symptom of what? Of progress. That is a symptom of progress. Not that now we have become senior, so therefore we can relax. No need to attend morning program. No need to attend Bhagavatam class. We can attend anything whenever we want. No, that is not the symptom of progress. The symptom of progress is the service attitude, the enthusiasm to serve, all this should increase. Of course, the best example is Srila Prabhupada himself. We all know that famous pastime when Srila Prabhupada was at Kumbh Mela. Now Kumbh Mela is going on. So in January, Srila Prabhupada was there, and along with some of the disciples. And obviously it was very cold. And so disciples were finding it difficult to come for Mangalarti. And so what Srila Prabhupada did? Yes, Srila Prabhupada himself, even though he was so old and sick, but he himself went to the hand pump and took a bath, cold bath under the hand pump, just to set that example that how it is important for devotees to follow. So this is the meaning of the service attitude increasing more and more. And as Prabhupada is writing, no retirement, because the spirit never grows old. So of course some bodily inconveniences could be there, and the type of service may change and some adjustments may be there, but the attitude of the devotee should be that he is eager to render more and more service. The enthusiasm should increase. That is the sign of progress. Right, because what gets tired? Yes, the body does get tired, but then to the degree one is in the bodily conception, to that degree one will be affected. If one has transcended the bodily platform and one is on the spiritual platform, then even though body is tired, because one does not misidentify with the body, one does not feel the fatigue. Correct? At least theoretically we can understand this, right? And we have so many examples, right? We have the examples of the Goswamis, we have examples of Srila Prabhupada and all the Acharyas. They showed by the example. Even Srila Prabhupada at that age, it said that, of course, so many pastimes we can tell. When Srila Prabhupada went to Fiji Islands, so there was only one life member. I think so Srila Prabhupada was just passing through Fiji Islands once, and this person, he met Srila Prabhupada, he became life member. Later he got initiated, his name was Vasudeva Prabhu. He, maybe about 2 or 3 years back, he left the world. So, so there was only this life member, and he had invited to Srila Prabhupada to come to Fiji Islands, many Indians there. So then when Srila Prabhupada agreed to come, he made a whole program for Srila Prabhupada, preaching program, so many programs here, there, so many programs he arranged on the island. So when Srila Prabhupada went there with his servant and secretary, so then this Vasudeva Prabhu, he showed the schedule. And when the servant and the secretary saw the schedule, then they told him, no, Srila Prabhupada can't do so many programs. He's old, he's sick. He can't do so many programs. You have to reduce. But this Vasudeva Prabhu was not happy. So Harishwari Prabhu was the servant. He tells this pastime. So then Vasudeva Prabhu personally approached Harishwari Prabhu and told, see, I've already fixed all these programs. So then Harishwari Prabhu said, you go and personally speak to Srila Prabhupada. So he went to Srila Prabhupada and told him, see, I fixed all these programs, but your secretary is saying, no, it is not possible. So Srila Prabhupada said, go call the servant and the secretary. So they came, and Srila Prabhupada said, he told the servant and secretary, see, whatever programs he has fixed, I'm going to do all those programs. Why? Because I have come here simply to serve the people of Fiji Islands. Therefore, don't cancel any of the programs. I will do all of them. That was Srila Prabhupada's mood. The perfect mood of service. He said, I've simply come to serve these people here. And so, Srila Prabhupada's disciples in their teens and early 20s, they could not catch up with Srila Prabhupada's enthusiasm to serve. And we all know the CC pastime. Srila Prabhupada said, I finished translating the whole CC and these people have not published it. They're lagging behind so much. So that was Srila Prabhupada's enthusiasm. So they're showing no fatigue, no fatigue. Because body gets fatigued, but to the degree one's misidentification with the body reduces, that means one is on the spiritual platform. The more one is on the spiritual platform, then no fatigue, because spirit does not get old. Neither gets old nor gets tired. It's only the problem is with the body. So to the degree one transcends the bodily platform, then less problems of fatigue, old age, all this. So anyways, the point that we are discussing here is that yes, so the enthusiasm, the service attitude needs to increase. So at least we should be working in that direction. We should be working in that direction to increase, not to reduce. Not to reduce. That's terrible. So if senior devotees are not setting the right example with the proper service attitude, with the proper attendance in the morning program, if senior devotees are not setting the right example, then what the juniors are going to do? What they will do? Yadyad acharati shreshtas. So therefore, this is the sign of progress. Individually, we have to assess ourselves. Are we actually making progress? All right, fine, let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Thank you for this clarity.
Thank you, Hare Krishna. Okay, 17th verse.
Sri Lakshmana said, O Queen, I repeatedly heard Narada Muni glorify the appearance and activities of Achyuta, and thus my heart also became attached to that Lord, Mukunda. Indeed, even Goddess Padmahasta chose him as her husband after careful consideration, rejecting the great demigods who rule various planets.
So this is similar to who else heard and got attracted?
Rukmini.
Yes, Rukmini. Shrutva. Here also the word Shrutva comes. There also that word Shrutva comes, right? That verse where Rukmini's first verse. Shrutva muhu narada geetam asaha chittam mukunde kila padma hastaya. So by hearing, that's how one gets attracted. One repeatedly hears the glories of some person. This person is like this person is like this, he's doing this, he's doing that. Then what happens? By repeated hearing, one becomes attracted. So that is why the repeated hearing is very important. Then one becomes attracted by repeatedly hearing the activities, appearance. So that's how this Lakshmana also got attracted by hearing from Narad Muni. And then she's talking about Goddess Padmahasta, that is Lakshmiji. Okay, continue.
My father Bhutsena was by nature compassionate to his daughter, and knowing how I felt, O saintly lady, he arranged to fulfill my desire.
Go ahead.
Just as a fish was used as a target in your Swayamvara ceremony, O Queen, to assure that you would obtain Arjuna as your husband, so a fish was also used in my ceremony. In my case, however, it was concealed on all sides, and only its reflection could be seen in a pot of water below. Purport. Arjuna is famous as a most expert bowman. Why then could he not hit the fish target at Srimati Lakshmana's Swayamvara ceremony, just as he had done once before to win Draupadi? Srila Sridhara Swami explains, the target at Draupadi's Swayamvara had been covered only partially, so that a marksman could see it if he looked straight up the pillar on which it was placed. To shoot Lakshmana's target, however, it was necessary to aim by looking up and down at the same time, an impossible feat for any mortal.
How can anyone look up and down at the same time?
Therefore, only Krishna could strike the target.
Yes, it's coming in the later verses. So many kings had gone, and Arjuna had also gone for this Lakshmana Swayamvar. But the test was more difficult. And so it was arranged in such a way that only Krishna could do it. So that was how it was arranged. Okay, continue. 20. Okay, online.
I will read. Hearing of this, thousands of kings, expert in shooting arrows and in wielding other weapons, converged from all directions on my father's city, accompanied by their military teachers.
So she's describing her Swayamvar ceremony.
My father properly honored each king according to his strength and seniority. Then those whose minds were fixed on me took up the bow and arrow, and one by one tried to pierce the target in the midst of the assembly. According to the Acharyas, only those kings who were extremely intent on winning the hand of the princesses even dared try to shoot the target.
So many came, they did not even try. Only those who were very serious tried.
Some of them picked up the bow but could not string it, and so they threw it aside in frustration. Some managed to pull the bowstring towards the tip of the bow, only to have the bow spring back and knock them to the ground. A few heroes, namely Jarasandha, Shishupala, Bhima, Duryodhana, Karna, and the king of Ambastha, succeeded in stringing the bow, but none of them could find the target. These kings were very strong physically, but they were not skillful enough to find the target. Then Arjuna looked at the reflection of the fish in the water and determined its position. When he carefully shot his arrow at it, however, he did not pierce the target, but merely grazed it. According to the explanation of Srila Sridhar Swami, Arjuna was more expert a marksman than other kings, but his physical strength was not adequate to the task of shooting it with perfect accuracy.
Next.
After all the arrogant kings had given up, their pride broken, the Supreme Personality of Godhead picked up the bow, easily strung it, and then fixed his arrow upon it. As the sun stood in the constellation Abhijit, he looked at the fish in the water only once and then pierced it with the arrow, knocking it to the ground. Each day the sun passes once through the lunar constellation Abhijit, marking the period most auspicious for victory. As pointed out by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, on this particular day the Muhurta of Abhijit coincided with the high noon, further emphasizing Lord Krishna's greatness by making the target all the more difficult to see. Should I continue?
Yes, so here Arjuneshwar Prabhu is asking, so what exactly was the target? So here it said that, as in that purport he's explaining, where is that? 19th verse. In the 19th verse purport is explaining, quoting Srila Sridhar Swami. The target at Draupadi Swayamvar had been covered only partially. So it had been covered only partially. So then the person has to look in the reflection and then hit. But since it was not covered fully, it was a little more easy because it was not covered fully. But in this case, it appears that the fish was covered fully. And so, if it is covered fully, then the reflection also will not be clear, na? The reflection will not be clear because it is covered. That's what he's saying. To shoot Lakshmana's target, however, it was necessary to aim by looking up and down at the same time, an impossible feat for any mortal. So it was covered, so therefore, it was not very clear simply by looking at the reflection. So, and at the same time, they're supposed to look only down. So that means somebody has to have the ability to see down and up at the same time. Who can do? Because the condition is they're supposed to see only down. That means somebody has to have that ability to see down and at the same time see up. That was the difference. Because it's completely covered. That means because it's completely covered, most probably the reflection was not clear. No, that is different. That is auspicious time. That is. What one cannot see? Right. Yes. Yes. So I think what he's trying to say is he's comparing it to the sun, right? Just like one cannot see the sun. So that's what you're trying to say, right? Somebody got Vishnu Thakur's commentaries? Hey, read in the mic.
Okay. Krishna pierced the fish at noon, Abhijite, in spite of the fact that the fish was difficult to detect because the sun was overhead. Krishna pierced it.
So he's making the point that so at that time the sun was overhead and so it was difficult to see. So that's an additional point, isn't it? It's an additional point. The target was anyways difficult, but this made it even more difficult because the sun is on top and so it's sort of glaring. And so therefore it's difficult to see. So that makes it even more difficult. That's what he says, right? Yes, generic auspicious, as he says, no? It's auspicious for victory. That is, that constellation Abhijit is auspicious for victory. That's a general statement. But then here he's saying that because the sun was also overhead, then it became difficult to see the target. That's an additional point. Okay, read 27.
Kettle drums resounded in the sky, and on the earth, people shouted, "Jai, Jai!" Overjoyed, demigod showered flowers. Just then, I walked onto the ceremonial ground, the ankle bells on my feet gently tinkling. I was wearing new garments of the finest silk, tied with a belt, and I carried a brilliant necklace fashioned of gold and jewels. There was a shy smile on my face and a wreath of flowers in my hair. Purport. Srila Sridhara Swami states that Sri Lakshmana was so excited by remembering how she obtained the Supreme Lord that she forgot her natural shyness and went on to describe her own triumph.
So actually all the other queens, they spoke only 1-2 verses, but she's going on with a big story. So many verses she is describing.
I lifted my face, which was encircled by my abundant locks and effulgent from the glow of my earrings, reflected from my cheeks. Smiling coolly, I glanced about. Then, looking around at all the kings, I slowly placed the necklace on the shoulder of Murari, who had captured my heart.
Continue.
Just then, there were loud sounds of conch shells and mridanga, pataha, bheri, and anaka drums, as well as other instruments. Men and women began to dance and singers began to sing. The leading kings there could not tolerate my having chosen the Supreme Personality of Godhead. O Draupadi, Burning with lust, they became quarrelsome. Srila Swami comments that the contamination of lust led the kings to quarrel foolishly with the Lord even after seeing his supreme power. The Lord then placed me on his chariot, drawn by 4 most excellent horses. Donning his armor and readying his bow, Saranga, he stood on the chariot, and there on the battleground he manifested his 4 arms. Purport. With two of his 4 arms, according to Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti, Lord Krishna embraced his bride, and with the other 2, he held his bow and arrows.
Right. Because she was sort of fearful because all the others attacked. So therefore, which is the other pastime where Krishna manifested 4 arms on the spot?
Rukmini fainting. When Rukmini fainted after hearing Krishna's words.
Yes, that. Yes, and the other pastime is Ashwatthama. Yes, there to stop.
Draupadi and Bhima.
Yes.
Bhima and,
yes, Bhima on one side and Yudhishthir and Draupadi on the other side. So, yes. Okay, continue.
Online.
Oh, okay. Online?
Hare Krishna. Dwarka drove the Lord's gold trimmed chariot as the kings looked on. O Queen, like small animals helplessly watching a lion.
Continue.
The kings pursued the Lord like village dogs chasing a lion. Some kings, raising their bows, stationed themselves on the road to stop him as he passed by. These warriors were deluged by arrows shot from the Lord's bow, Saranga. Some of the kings fell on the battlefield with severed arms, legs, and necks. The rest gave up the fight and fled. The Lord of the Yadus then entered his capital city, Ushasthali, Dwarka, which is glorified in heaven and on earth. The city was elaborately decorated with flagpoles carrying banners that blocked the sun and also with splendid archways. As Lord Krishna entered, he appeared like the sun god entering his abode. The abode of the sun is in the western mountains, where he sits each evening. My father honored his friends, family, and in-laws with priceless clothing and jewelry, and with royal beds, thrones, and other furnishings. With devotion, he presented the perfectly complete Lord with a number of maid servants bedecked with precious ornaments. Accompanying these maid servants were gods walking on foot and other riding elephants, chariots, and horses. He also gave the Lord extremely valuable weapons. The Supreme Lord is Purna, perfect and complete in himself. He requires nothing for his satisfaction. Knowing this, a pure devotee makes offerings to the Lord only out of love, bhaktita, with no expectation of material profit. And of his part, the Lord happily accepts even a small gift of flowers, tulsi leaves, and water when it has been offered in love.
Dadau Purnasya Bhaktita. So the Lord is Purna, but still the Lord accepts these offerings. For what purpose? Yes, because of the bhakti, because of the love and devotion, the Lord is pleased to accept. Of course, I think so. Last time we had a whole discussion on that point, right? The last word of the verse, Patram Pushpam Phalam Toyam. What is that? Prayatatmana. What is the meaning? Yes, in purified consciousness. In purified consciousness. So the Lord is pleased to accept an offering from someone who has purified consciousness. And then that refers to both external and internal purity. So we had a whole discussion last time on that. And so as far as external purity is concerned, we know the well-known famous pastime of Raghav Pandit and the coconuts. We know the pastime, right? So that is external purity. And of course, Raghav Pandit also had that internal purity because his whole focus was on how to please the Supreme Lord by his service. So he does not require anything. Nijalabha Purna. But still he accepts the offerings Karuno Vrinite, out of compassion for those who are avidusha, those who are foolish. Conditioned living entities, materially conditioned living entities, the Lord accepts just out of his mercy and compassion. When the living entities have, they are offering with that love, devotion, purity, then the Lord accepts. So the quality of the offering is important. Okay, 39.
Thus, by renouncing all material association and practicing austere penances, we queens have all become personal maid servants of the self-satisfied Supreme Lord.
This is interesting.
In the opinion of Shri Vishwanath Chakravarti, Srimati Lakshmana became embarrassed when she realized that she had been talking about herself, and so she spoke this verse praising her co-wives. In her humility, Lakshmana claimed that Krishna's queens, unlike ordinary wives, could not bring their husband under control, and thus they could relate to him only as servile housekeepers. In fact, however, since Lord's queens are direct expansions of his internal pleasure potency, Ladini Shakti, they fully controlled him with their love.
Yes, so fine. So here she is making a general statement about all the queens. We queens have all become personal maid servants. Dasika. Vayam vai griha dasika. Sarva. Okay, so as Vishnu Chakravarti is explaining that she felt a little embarrassed. So many verses she has been speaking. And so she thought, Arey, I'm speaking so much about myself. And so when she realized that, then she speaks this verse glorifying all the queens, that we all have become dasika of the Supreme, of the self-satisfied Supreme Lord. Okay, so that's the end of Lakshmana speaking. Now go ahead.
Rohini Devi speaking for the other queens.
Yes, so this we read in a previous purport. Who is this Rohini?
Chief among all 16.
Yes, the 16,000 queens who were
Bhaumasura.
Yes, who were kept captive by Bhaumasura. Yes.
Rohini Devi, speaking for the other queens, said, after killing Bhaumasur and his followers, the Lord found us in demon's prison and could understand that we were the daughters of kings whom Bhauma had defeated during his conquest of earth. The Lord set us free, and because we had been constantly meditating upon his lotus feet, the source of liberation from material entanglement, he agreed to marry us, though his every desire is already fulfilled. Rohini Devi was one of the 9 queens questioned by Draupadi in text 6 and 7, and thus it is assumed that she speaks here representing 16,099 other queens. Srila Prabhupada confirms this in Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Okay. Continue.
What is this question letter?
Question
letter?
What's the question?
This how they come to know Prabhuji about, means like Rukmini heard about Krishna from Narduni, and this also, this 16,000 queens, Bhaumasur, they meditated so much on lotus feet of Lord.
So they must have, just like even Rukmini, she heard from Narad only, I suppose. She also heard from Narad. So then these queens also must have heard from some source, some saintly persons visiting the palace, something like that. Something must have been there. I don't know. I have to read that pastime and see what acharyas have said.
They might have got very brief association and still they contemplated so much. Like we keep on hearing so much, but there's no contemplation about.
Of course, that is there. as is being mentioned here, that yes, they are definitely.
All the 16,000 are also like
they're
that
all
only?
expansions of Srimati Radharani.
All 16,000 is queens also.
Yes, all the queens. All the queens are expansions of Srimati Radharani. That's mentioned in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And of course, all this is a pastime that's taking place. But in any case, even in the pastime, then we do understand that they heard, and then and because they heard, and everything, as we were discussing in previous classes also, everything depends on the quality of the hearing. So when one hears very attentively, very sincerely, and then tries to put that into action. And so these queens, they heard, and then they began to meditate. And so because they began to meditate, then their attraction for the Lord more and more increased. Of course, they naturally have that attraction, but then the attraction became aroused and it increased because they were fixed in that meditation. So both the aspects are there. One thing is the meditation is also there. Second thing is they all already have that intense love, which was already there.
They have realized their relationship now. They must be hearing in some relationship with the Lord. If they're hearing like a sadhaka, so then it may take a long time.
Yes. So of course they're not sadhakas. They're already siddhas. And so therefore the difference is there.
Generally there is so many wives means so much envy will be there and means competition and comparison, but they are Chitraketu Maharaj, one wife. And
right. So that shows that they're not on the material platform. So they're not on the material platform. They're in full spiritual consciousness. No problem.
O saintly lady, we do not desire dominion over the earth, the sovereignty of the King of Heaven, unlimited facility for enjoyment, mystic power, the position of Lord Brahma, immortality, or even attainment of the kingdom of God. We simply desire to carry on our heads the glorious dust of Lord Krishna's feet, enriched by the fragrance of kunkuma from his consort's bosom. Purport: the verb braj means to rule, and from it are derived the words samrajyam, meaning rulership over the entire earth, and swarajyam, meaning rulership over heaven. Bhojyam comes from the word bhuj, to enjoy, and thus refers to the capacity of enjoying whatever one desires. Virat is explained by Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti as representing the phrase Vividham Virajate. One enjoys many kinds of opulence, and specifically indicating the 8 mystic perfections of anima and so on. An alternative explanation of these terms is given by Srila Sridhar Swami, who says that according to the word Bhavarcha Brahmana, these 4 terms designate the power of sovereignty over each of the 4 cardinal directions. Samrajya for east, Bhojya for the south, Swarajya for west, and Vairajya for the north. Lord Krishna's queens clearly state that they do not desire any of these powers, or even the position of Brahma, liberation, or entrance into the kingdom of God. They simply want the dust from Sri Krishna's feet, which goddess Shri herself worships. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti tells us that the goddess of fortune mentioned here is not Lakshmi, the consort of Narayan. After all, the Acharya explains, Goddess Lakshmi could not attain the direct association of Krishna even after performing extended austerities, as Uddhava states, Nayam Shriyo Angayu Nitanta Rate Prasada. Rather, the Shri referred to here is the supreme goddess of fortune, identified by the Brihad Gautamya Tantra. Devi Krishnamai Prokta Radhika Paradevata Sarva Lakshmi Mai Sarva Kanti Sammohini Para. The transcendental goddess Srimati Radharani is the direct counterpart of Lord Shri Krishna. She is the central figure for all the goddess of fortune. She possesses all attractiveness to attract the all attractive personality of Godhead. She is the primeval internal potency of the Lord.
So in this way, she is expressing the desires of all the queens on their behalf, that they don't desire anything material, any sovereignty over heaven or Brahmalok or anything of this. They only want the dust of the Lord's lotus feet, along with the kumkum from Srimati Radharani. Okay, the last verse, 43. Vraja striyo yad vanchanti pulindyas trinavirudha gavascharayato gopa padasparsham mahatmanaha. Okay, online.
We desire the same contact with the Supreme Lord's feet that the young women of Vraja, the cowherd boys, and even the Aborigine Pulinda women desire. The touch of the dust he leaves on the plants and grass as he tends his cows. Purport. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur reminds us of the jealous rivalry that always existed between the queens of Dwarka and the gopis of Vraj. The gopis consider the sophisticated women of Dwarka the most serious threat to their hold on Sri Krishna, confessing their anxiety to Uddhava. Kasmat Krishna ihayati prapta rajyo hata hitah narendra kanya udvahyaha. Why should Krishna come back here after winning a kingdom, killing his enemies and marrying the daughters of kings? Rukmini and her 7 chief co-wives considered themselves so fortunate in the relationship with Krishna as he appeared in Dwarka that they did not especially desire to see him as he is in Vrindavan. But the 16,000 lesser queens, after hearing Uddhava describe Sri Radha's super excellent qualities, became attracted to touch the dust that falls from Krishna's feet onto the grass and the plants of Vrindavan. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur indicates that some commentators give this as the reason why after the Mausala Leela, these 16,000 queens were stolen from Arjuna on the road by Lord Krishna himself in the disguise of 16,000 cowherds, who then took them away to Gokula. Thus ends the purport of the humble servants of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, to the 10th canto, 83rd chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Draupadi Meets the Queens of Krishna.
Yes, so as being mentioned, as far as Rukmini and the 7 co-wives are concerned, they were totally satisfied in their relationship with Krishna as the queens. And so therefore, they did not desire to get the dust from the gopis' feet or anything like that. But the lesser queens, of course, I mean, there's no mundane estimation of greater and lesser. But of course, there's definitely some difference in the intensity of love. And so they were having a sort of transcendental jealousy. And so they are desiring the dust from the feet of Krishna, because that is what is most pleasing.
Hare Krishna, I have one question, bro.
What's that?
Like in the previous verse, we read that some verse is there where Lakshmi never got the association of Krishna. So I was just wondering, in Jagannath Puri, we see Lord Jagannath is ecstatic Krishna, and Lakshmi stays with him. So how that statement is made that she never got association of Krishna, and it is said that she is always doing tapasya in Bilvavan, and she has not got association of Krishna. But Jagannath is Krishna only, no? Because he is ecstatic Krishna, because he heard his own pastime, and then.
But we also see and read that he also has Shankha Chakra Gada Padma.
Oh.
And she does not go to Gundicha.
Yes, and she does not go to Gundicha.
No, but that is the Vrindavan, but Krishna is there in Jagannath Puri.
Okay, so then how do you explain that? So Jagannath has Shankha Chakra Gada Padma.
Shankha Chakra Gada Padma. So that pastime is there where Narad Muni comes.
So okay, that's fine. So here, so we said this Nilachal and Gundicha. So we say Gundicha is Vrindavan. So then Nilachal is what then?
Nilachal is we say Kurukshetra.
Hey, Kurukshetra, kya bol raha hai?
Means because from there.
Prabhuji, actually, Lakshmi wanted to enter Ras Leela. she wanted to enter Ras Leela.
No, but that verse is saying she never got association of Krishna. You can read previous purport. Something is there. I am hearing online. So that verse is saying that she never got association of Krishna. That statement is there.
Yes, of course. She performed austerities for many years, trying to get association. Of course, basically she wanted entrance into Ras Leela. That was the main reason. And but she never got, because she has her specific bhav of that Aishwarya. She could not give up the Aishwarya bhav, and therefore she could never get the association of Krishna. And so therefore, okay, let's hear. What's the answer? So you want to complicate it more? Okay, so who's there in Dwarka?
That is a Dwarka Krishna.
Yes, Dwarka Krishna. And who's there? All his consorts. So that's what we're reading, no? All of them are speaking here. So who are they?
But still there is a difference between them and the Lakshmi.
Yes, that's correct.
So we are talking that tattva only here. And we're not equating them in the all are Shakti or like, no, not like.
Yes, all are Shakti tattva, but still there's a difference.
Yeah.
So what's your question?
Question is Lakshmi ji not getting entry into Vrindavan, Ras Leela is surely clear from Bhagavatam verses. We're asking here, was she able to enter into Dwaraka Leela? Because that is very congenial to her mood also, Mahishi Bhav. Because Vrindavan she could not enter because the reason is...
But still we never hear of Lakshmi ji coming to Dwarka, isn't it?
Then the Jagannath Puri pastime is to be clarified, because that is Dwaraka Leela only. So there Lakshmi ji is there. So how do we understand?
So from a tattva point of view, we do understand that all of them are expansions of Srimati Radharani. So there in Chaitanya Charitamrita is explained that Srimati Radharani expands herself into the queens of Dwaraka and into all the Vrajagopis and the Lakshmis in Vaikunta. So all of them are expansions of Srimati Radharani. So now, as far as Jagannath Puri is concerned, now Jagannath Puri, essentially we have these three deities, right? Jagannath, Baldev and Subhadra. Subhadra is internal potency. So now, of course, we read about Lakshmi ji in the Leela, right? And that, which Leela? Hera Panchami. In the Hera Panchami Leela, we hear about Lakshmi ji getting angry because her husband is away, and then that whole pastime takes place. But is Lakshmi ji present in a deity form in Jagannath Puri? Huh?
Maharashtra temple is there.
हाँ वो अलग है ना. So then
it's a compound.
That is okay, but then you cannot say that exactly Lakshmi is with Jagannath, na?
Guruji, actually on the day of Pandav Nirjal Ekadashi, she is married to Jagannath, and the marriage pastime is same like Rukmini. She goes to Bimla Devi temple and the pandas of like Rukmini, and then that way only she is carried and kidnapped. And then there is one team of Shishupal and all. So in one sense we can say that she is Rukmini in one sense.
Acha, so it's as good as Rukmini. Okay.
Yeah, purport mention is referring to Uddhava statement. That is referring to Vrindavan only. Yes.
Yes.
Statement
Yes, this is with reference to.
Puri is a very mysterious place because
that's the final conclusion.
Because it is said actually it is a like it's a source of all the dham. Even Vrindavan also comes. It is said Vrindavan also comes from here. Dwarka also, Mathura also. It's the origin of all the dham. It is said it's a very mysterious dham.
Of course, Krishna himself is mysterious. Achintya Shakti. So many. Anyway, why this discussion came up? What was the original? Huh?
Lakshmi and Jagannath Puri question. He questioned that Lakshmi already is there in Jagannath Puri.
Ah.
We can say that Lakshmi is not getting embrace of Krishna.
No, but then that's what, no. So Jagannath Puri, in Jagannath Puri, then only if you accept that the Lakshmi there is Rukmini, then only it is justified, no? Otherwise, how can we explain? Yes, Raslila to forget, but even within Dwaraka, we don't hear of any other Lakshmi coming to Dwaraka. So basically, there are all these queens only. Yes, they discusses that why Lakshmi ji is not given entrance. So that is fine. That discussion we do understand. So anyway, so what was Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, right?
Okay.
So you're okay with the discussion?
Yeah.
Conclusions are very difficult to give.
I can understand that I cannot understand.
That's a good understanding. Yes. So anyway, we finished the chapter. Okay, we'll just take this one question and.
Who have aspired for Vrindavan's prem, are they? It's told here he took them to Gokula. Means they are situated in the Dwaraka mode, or they are now in Vrindavan. That's Gokula Vrindavan. No? Aishwarya. How is that?
See, 16,000 queens means. They are not Vrajavasis, no?
But Krishna took them to Gokula.
See, Gokul is a very broad term. See, usually the rasa never changes, right? The rasa is always fixed. So if they have been queens here in the Bhauma Leela, then even they go to the spiritual world, the rasa will remain the same. It cannot change. So,
they aspired.
Yes, they aspired. That is there. They aspired to get the dust from Vrindavan and all this. So I mean, at least I cannot comment because I don't know exactly what happened after that, right? So he took them to Gokul, and then after that, exactly what happened? Maybe they got a chance to enter into the Vrindavan pastimes for some time, and then they went back to Dwarka. I don't know. Anybody knows what happened after that?
Just this can be said like Uddhava. He was also from Dwarka, Mathura, and Dwarka, whatever. So then he went and he also aspired to become Gulmalata, the dust of Gopi's lotus feet. So he also did not enter exactly, means he aspired to get the dust of lotus feet. In the same way, Brahmaji also aspired.
Okay, aspiration is fine, but then what happened after that?
So, but they all went to Brindavan and got this association of whatever they wanted. And these also went, they may not have entered, means as you said. So they must have got the dust of Gopi's lotus feet.
Right. So their aspiration must have been fulfilled. And then they go back to their original service. Because the rasa cannot change, na? That has to remain the same.
Prabhuji, Uddhava rasa will not change, Prabhuji.
No. How can anybody's rasa change? These are all eternal.
But he's saying that I want to become Gulmalata.
No, want to become is one thing. Want to become for what? What is the mood? The mood is to get the dust. That means to get the mercy. Because his realization is what? His realization is that these gopis are on the highest platform of love. That's his realization. So once he has understood that, so therefore he wants their blessings because they're topmost devotees. But at the same time, we do understand that a devotee also remains satisfied in his own rasa. So he understanding that these devotees are on a higher platform, he wants dust, means he wants blessings. So every devotee wants blessings of more advanced devotees, right? So that Siddhanta is always there. So he wants their blessings, so that is fine. But we don't hear of him changing his service, changing his rasa, na? Because that's eternal. That cannot change.
Bhagavatam is after this one, after Krishna stealing the wives of the taking
What
to-
after this?
after Arjuna was taking all the queens back to Hastinapur. So Krishna in the form of cohort boys stole all the queens and took them to Gokula. And we also hear of Uddhava speaking to queens Bhagavatam in Uddhavakund. So that happened after this only.
I don't know. Okay, fine. So we'll take a break now. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So exact 10 minutes break. Please do come on time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, chapter 84. The sages' teachings at Kurukshetra. Okay.
Ruji, this about this topic of rasa, because some different speakers have different heard before. Sometimes I heard that rasa cannot be changed; it is already eternal fixed. Some speakers say, with different aspirations, if jiva aspires, he
Different
can.
what?
If jiva aspires, he gets attraction. Then he can even change the rasa also. This is also I heard from I think Bhanu Maharaj or this other topic like that. So one thing is, one question is like now those who are coming to ISKCON, we are worshipping Radha Krishna, we are hearing all this topic. So is it that after perfection, somebody goes, he may be situated in a worship of Vishnu or Ram, then he will go there only. And because he has heard so much about now Krishna also, and he has heard so much develop this much attraction for Lord and other things. So how it happens exactly that, and he has connection with Prabhupada, he has connection with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and but he enters into then worship of Lord Ram or how?
Okay, so these topics are not so easy to understand and explain. But then, from whatever I have read and heard, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving the highest, correct? Unnata Ujjvala Rasa Swa Bhakti Shriyam. So that is, Unnata Ujjvala Rasa is Madhuri Ras. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to give the highest, that is Vraja Prem, and even within Vraja Prem, the topmost rasa, that is Madhurya. That is what Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to give, and that's what he's giving essentially through the process of chanting the holy names. That is what one can achieve, one can gain entrance into this topmost rasa of Vrindavan by following the process given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Having understood this point, now if a jiva has some other relationship, rasa, even as devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that is permitted. The example for this is Anupam and Murari Gupta. So they were followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but then yet Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appreciated their specific relationship as Hanuman. And so therefore essentially the Dasyaras. So somebody who's giving highest can also give something lower, right? So Mahaprabhu is giving the highest. And so all the jivas who come in contact with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu have access to the highest. At the same time, if their aspiration or their eternal relation is some other rasa, we can, from an analytical point of view, we can say it is lower, but we know it's not exactly lower. All the rasas are perfect. Perfect, more perfect, most perfect. They're all perfect. And so therefore, if a jiva has that eternal relationship in some other rasa, then one can also get that by following Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's giving the highest, and so if somebody wants something lower, it's perfect. And so therefore, if having come in contact with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, if a jiva is fixed in his eternal relationship with the Supreme in a particular rasa and he wants to maintain that, that's fine. And at the same time, if he wants the highest because Mahaprabhu is offering that, then that is also fine. One proof for this, Haribol, open Nectar of Devotion. Nectar of Devotion, 4th chapter, last paragraph. If I'm not mistaken, somewhere towards the end it comes. Okay. This is last paragraph, no? Wait. Okay. Go a little. Okay, go a little up. Go one more paragraph. Okay, read from here, anyways. So those who are.
So those who are in the four liberated states may still be going through different stages of existence. In the beginning, they may want the opulences of Krishna, but at the mature stage, the dormant love for Krishna exhibited in Vrindavan becomes prominent in their hearts. As such, the pure devotees never accept the liberation of Sayujya to become one with the Supreme, though sometimes they may accept as favorable the other four liberated states.
Okay, so you can see here, so he says that yes, initially they want opulences, but the mature stage, then the dormant love for Krishna in Vrindavan becomes prominent. Okay, go ahead.
Out of many kinds of devotees of Supreme Personality of Godhead, the one who is attracted to the original form of the Lord Krishna in Vrindavan is considered to be the foremost, the first class devotee. Such a devotee is never attracted by the opulences of Vaikuntha or even of Dwarka, the royal city where Krishna ruled. The conclusion of Srila Rupa Goswami is that the devotees who are attracted by the pastimes of Lord in Gokul or Vrindavan are the topmost devotees. A devotee who is attached to a particular form of Lord does not wish to redirect his devotion to other forms. For example, Hanuman, the devotee of Lord Ramchandra, knew that there is no difference between Lord Ramchandra and Lord Narayan, and yet he still wanted to render service only unto Lord Ramchandra. That is due to the specific attraction of a particular devotee. There are many forms of Lord, but Krishna is still the original form. Though all of the devotees of the different forms of Lord are in same category, still it is said that those who are devotees of Lord Krishna are the topmost in the list of all devotees.
Okay, fine. So these points are clear, correct? Okay, but there's one more thing I wanted to show. You have to go. Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
So just wait.
Okay. क्या डिफरेंस है? हरि बोल क्या?
Prabhu, कुछ एक we are searching for Prabhuji is searching for one purport. Hare Krishna. Some of the liberated persons, devotees still are not against devotion. The other four liberations, although not desired by its devotees, still are not against the devotional ideals. Some of the liberated persons who have achieved these four stages of liberation may also develop affection for Krishna and be promoted to Golok Vrindavan planet in the spiritual sky. In other words, those who are already promoted to the Vaikuntha planets and who possesses the four kinds of liberation may also sometimes develop affection for Krishna and become promoted to Krishna Loka.
Yes, that we read. So this was just before that. So that is how, so even if somebody is in Vaikuntha and they develop affection for Krishna, then they can be promoted to Krishna Loka. So, so trying to reconcile these things, then the way we can reconcile is, so if somebody follows Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then one can be promoted to Krishna Loka, even though he may have as his eternal relationship, some relationship in Vaikuntha or Dwarka. But by coming into the moment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he develops attraction for Krishna and the Madhuri Ras, then he can be promoted to the topmost. But if somebody is satisfied in any other relationship and he comes to Mahaprabhu's moment, still, if he wants to remain fixed in that relationship, he can remain fixed also. Yes, the example of Murari. No, he's Sri Vaishnava, so he's fixed in his relationship as the awe and reverence Lakshmi Narayan. But then as far as his son Gopal Bhatta is concerned, then he changed. He became Gaudiya Vaishnava, proper follower of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So from this we can understand that it's possible. Somebody who is, so everything is on the platform of prema. Okay, so nothing from, no, it's not jumping from something lower. They're all on the stages of prema, but then that change is allowed. Yes, exactly. Yes. So the only way it is possible is by, yes, but at least from a Leela perspective. So, but then we do understand that by mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then this is possible. It doesn't happen that way. Somebody is already fixed on something higher will not come to something lower. Somebody who's on a lower platform can go to something high. ये कौन सा preaching है? आपको करना पड़ेगा, ये अलग सा preaching है. Okay, fine. Let's go to the next chapter, chapter 84. The sages' teachings at Kurukshetra. Okay. Shri Shuka Uvacha Shrutva Prita Subulaputri Atha Yajna Seni Madhavyatha Kshitipa Patnya Utasvagopya Krishne Khilatmani Harau Pranayanubhandam Sarva Visismuralamashru Kala Kulakshya. Okay, read.
Sukdev Goswami said, Pritha, Gandhari, Draupadi, Subhadra, the wives of other kings and the Lord's coward girlfriends, were all amazed to hear of the queen's deep love for Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and soul of all beings, and their eye filled with tears. Purport. Draupadi is the chief hearer in this assembly of exalted women, since, as explained by Srila Sridhar Swami, she had asked the question that Lord Krishna's queen answered by relating their respective stories. Since Gandhari and other ladies named here were not even mentioned in the previous chapter as having been present, Acharya Sridhar concludes that they must have heard the queen's narration only second hand. Indeed, Draupadi would never have spoken so freely in the presence of Pritha and Gandhari, her elders, or before the gopis, whose attitude towards the queen of Dwarka was not particularly sympathetic. Even though the gopis joined in shedding tears, It was more because of their being reminded of Sri Krishna's pastime than because of any loving affinity between them and the queens. We should remember, of course, that there is always perfect harmony on the spiritual platform. Apparent conflict between the pure devotee is nothing like mundane envy and strife. The jealousy of the gopis was more show than substance, being exhibited by them as an ecstatic symptoms of their overflowing love for Krishna. Sridhar Swami further analyzes the phrase Swagopayah as implying that these gopis were the queens, Swasarupa, the original prototypes of whom the queens were specific expansions.
Okay, a few points of difference between transcendental jealousy and material jealousy. Bolo?
Material jealousy manifests in pulling down and leg pulling of a person. Transcendental jealousy comes in service to that person.
Okay, good. That's one of the main differences. Material envy, one person tries to pull the other person down, but here this is to enhance service. Some other differences?
Prabhuji, transcendental envy I will uplift, but mundane envy will actually pull you more down.
Down into what?
We envied Krishna originally, so we came over here. Now here also we'll envy. Where will we go?
Okay, further down. Okay. Yes, that's right. Some other differences?
As Prabhupada says here, that it is not a jealousy in substance, but as a show. But in mundane relationship, it is actually jealousy, and which actually
actual substance.
Yeah, actual substance, and which actually goes to such an extent that a person doesn't want to see or acknowledge the existence of another person or all that.
Okay, okay, good point. Anything else?
A mundane envy or jealousy is based on worldly conception of life, on how I am getting benefit and I'm not getting benefit, others getting benefit. Over there in transcendental, it's more based on a service. Is how the object of the service is getting
how Krishna
benefited.
will be pleased. Yes. So even though apparently it is jealousy, but ultimately the goal is how Krishna will be pleased. But on the material platform, it's all about me. Online, any answers? Yeah, online they've come back now after the break.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yes, Prabhuji, we are there.
Yes,
Okay. I know you are always
The online and the spiritual world, they always want to do the competition is there so that how can they serve Krishna better? Like Lord Krishna's covered boys, they are trying to touch Krishna, but they are encouraging each other to come to Krishna more and more.
right. Yes. So ultimately, the spiritual or transcendental jealousy is for enhancing the pastimes of Krishna. Yes. Okay, I think so in that connection, we can read that purport. Everyone knows the famous purport, 7.5.12? 7.5.12? Okay, worth reading. Actually, there's one letter or conversation where Prabhupada specifically speaks about material competition and spiritual competition. But anyway, you can show this purport. Later, we'll have to search for that letter, I suppose. 7.5.12, third paragraph of the purport. The fourth. Yes. Okay. Online, somebody wants to read this? Everyone should be
friendly for the service of the Lord. Everyone should praise another's service to the Lord and not be proud of his own service. This is the way of Vaishnava thinking, Vaikuntha thinking. There may be rivalries and apparent competition between servants in performing service, but in the Vaikuntha planets, the service of another servant is appreciated, not condemned. This is Vaikuntha competition.
Yes, this is Vaikuntha competition. So competition means there is some envy, right? Competition means there is some envy. One is trying to excel another person means there is some envy. But then this is what? This is Vaikuntha competition. So The competition is simply to enhance the service. Go ahead.
There is no question of enmity between servants. Everyone should be allowed to render service to the Lord to the best of his ability, and everyone should appreciate the service of others. Such are the activities of Vaikuntha. Since everyone is a servant, everyone is on the same platform and is allowed to serve the Lord according to his ability. As confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 15.50, Sarvasya chaham hridhi sannivishto matta smritirjnanam apohanam cha. The Lord is situated in everyone's heart, giving dictation according to the attitude of the servant. However,
according to the attitude of the servants.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, the Lord gives different dictation to the non-devotees and devotees. The non-devotees challenge the authority of the Supreme Lord, and therefore the Lord dictates in such a way that the non-devotees forget the Lord's service life after life and are punished by the laws of nature. But when a devotee very sincerely wants to render service to the Lord dictates in a different way.
Okay, fine. So basically, those are those points about Vaikuntha competition, material competition. So on the spiritual platform, then everyone is, as Prabhupada is writing, as Prahlad Maharaj is saying, that ultimately everyone is servants. That is the Swarupa of the Jiva. Everyone is simply a servant. And so as Prabhupada is saying, but everyone serves according to the different abilities. So different abilities, different services, but ultimately everyone is servant. And so therefore nobody is higher or lower. Everyone is simply trying to serve. That is all. And so therefore everyone should appreciate the service of everyone else and ultimately try to help in their service. And so the competition is also simply to inspire others to serve better. That is the Vaikuntha competition, not to pull the other person down. Okay. Okay, fine.
When Satyabhama, when she sees that Lord Krishna gave something to Rukmini, and then she Parijat, and then
only one flower.
One flower. Now, in that case, how to understand this? So means
same thing. It is the same thing.
He wants to see the glories of Krishna to bring that whole tree. Eh?
No, Krishna very much loves these differences, variety. That is what we read in the pastime, no? Of how Krishna is trying to tease Rukmini. Why he's trying to do that? Just to bring another bhav of Rukmini, trying to make her a little more angry, a little more aggressive, and then Krishna is just he's enjoying this variety of relationships. That is the whole purpose. That is the whole purpose of the variety. So even in the pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, I'm not remembering names actually now, but there's one pastime when Srila Prabhupada is speaking something, and there's one devotee who agrees to whatever Srila Prabhupada is saying. You remember that? And then Srila Prabhupada, he gets a little upset. He says, what is this? You simply agree to whatever I say. You should have some points of argument. So, though Srila Prabhupada, he wanted everyone to be very obedient, submissive, but when it came to some philosophical discussion, he appreciated some argument and some debate and things like that. He appreciated that. So, see, this is all originally coming from where? From the spiritual world. So, the basic principle is variety is the mother of enjoyment. So, therefore, it is, see, if everyone behaves in exactly the same way, it's boring, right? So when different people behave differently, there is some variety, and that also gives pleasure. So just like in a classroom, so there's variety, and the variety is what creates the fun. So when somebody is a little bit argumentative, asks some challenging questions, so a speaker who is well versed in the subject doesn't feel intimidated. Rather, it's some fun to have someone ask a little bit challenging question, and then there's some discussion and things like that. So that's what Krishna appreciates. And so he appreciates Rukmini's nature and he appreciates Satyabhama's nature, and they are behaving in that particular way simply to give enjoyment to Krishna. That is the whole principle of rasa. So there is no material competition there. This is not spiritual world. How can there be material consciousness? It's spiritual world. So that apparent envy between Satyabhama and Rukmini, that whole thing is simply to enhance Krishna's enjoyment. Okay?
But Srila Prabhupada also actually during book distribution, he
Yes.
made temples compete with each other.
Yes. Prabhupada would say, okay, the temple which distributes more books, I'll go over there, stay for some time and things like that. So Prabhupada, he definitely infused the spiritual competition, surely not material competition. So on the spiritual platform, it's fine.
So he also mentioned, Prabhuji, that competition is a symptom of enthusiasm, and enthusiasm is a symptom of the living, and only a living person can preach. The dead cannot preach.
Correct. That's true.
This is also on a transcendental platform only, or
obviously, devotees don't do anything on material platform.
yeah. Right.
As Prabhupada, this purport here is saying, apparent conflicts between pure devotees is nothing like mundane envy and strife. So it's only apparent conflict. And of course, in that connection, we can also refer to this again, well-known purports. Should we see it? 4th Canto, 30th chapter, verse 8. Famous purport. Everyone remembers? No, this is not Prithu Maharaj. Yes, Prachetas. Yes, Varam Vriniti, Sauhardham. Everyone remembers that? No. Okay. Last time we read, I think, no? Yes, it's always worth it. 438. These are some classic purports of Srila Prabhupada, which we can always read and meditate upon and apply. Varam vredvam bhadram vo yuyam me nripanandanaha sauhardena pritag dharmas tushtoham saurudena vaha. Read.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear sons of King, I am very much pleased by the friendly relationships among you. All of you are engaged in one occupation, devotional service. I am so pleased with your mutual friendship that I wish you all good fortune. Now you may ask a benediction of me." Purport. Since the sons of King Prachina Barshad were all united in Krishna consciousness, the Lord was very pleased with them. Each and every one of the sons of King Prachina Barshad was an individual soul, but they were united in offering transcendental service to Lord.
So Prabhupada specifically mentioned upon the individual soul. Why? Because individual soul means they'll have different individuality. But in spite of that different individuality, they were united. That is the glory.
The unity of the individual souls attempting to satisfy the Supreme Lord or rendering service to the Lord is real unity. In the material world, such unity is not possible.
Not possible. Material world means material consciousness.
Even though people may officially unite, they all have different interests. In the United Nations, for instance, all the nations have their particular national ambitions, and consequently, they cannot be united. This unity between individual souls is so strong within this material world that even in a society of Krishna consciousness, members sometimes appear disunited due to their having different opinions and leaning toward material things.
So please note the words. Huh? Even in a society of Krishna consciousness, members sometimes appear disunited. That means they're not actually disunited. They appear disunited. And hopefully they only appear disunited.
Actually, in Krishna consciousness, there cannot be two opinions. There is only one goal, to serve Krishna to one's best ability.
Isn't that a contradiction? In Krishna consciousness, there cannot be two opinions. But before that, we read that everyone is individual. Then different individuals will have different opinions. But there is only one goal. If there is
some disagreement over service, such a disagreement is to be taken spiritually.
As spiritual.
As spiritual. Those who are actually engaged in service of Supreme Personality of Godhead cannot be disunited in any circumstance.
See, please note the specific use of words. Those who are actually engaged in
service of Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Those who are actually engaged in the service of the Supreme Person cannot be disunited in any circumstance. Any circumstance. For that, what is required? Actually engaged in the service. That means actually one has to be Krishna conscious. Then there cannot be any disunity.
This makes the Supreme Personality of Godhead very happy and willing to award all kinds of benediction to his devotees, as indicated in this verse. We can see that the Lord is immediately prepared to award all benediction to sons of King Prachinabharishad.
Okay, fine. We're going ahead now. Okay, please read. Right. So why? Because individual souls can have different opinions as to how to serve. So when there's a difference in opinions of how to serve, it is spiritual disagreement. But as Prabhupada has written, the goal is only one. What is that? To serve. The goal is only one. So when the goal is only one, then even though there are disagreements, there are spiritual disagreements. And on the spiritual platform, they can be solved very easily. Why? Yes. So then when one is on the spiritual platform, then automatically there's humility. So then it's not my way is the highway. Then when the devotees are humble, then one devotee will say, Prabhu, whatever you think is best, fine. And the other devotee will say, no, Prabhu, whatever you think is best is fine. But when one is in material consciousness, then, no, what I say is best. My way is highway. You get out. So that is a problem. Okay, go ahead. 2 to 5.
As the women thus talked among themselves, and the men among themselves, a number of great sages arrived there, all of them eager to see Lord Krishna and Lord Balram. They included Dvaipayan, Narad, Chavana, Devala and Asita, Vishwamitra, Satananda, Bharadwaj and Gautama, Lord Parshuram and his disciples, Vashishta, Galva, Bhrugu, Pulastya and Kashyapa, Atri, Markandeya and Brahaspati, Dvaita, Trita, Ekta and 4 Kumaras, and Angira, Agastya, Yajnavalka and Vamana. As soon as
Vamadev.
Vamadev.
Aage.
As soon as they saw the sages approaching, the kings and other gentlemen who had been seated immediately stood up, including the Pandav brothers and Krishna and Balram. They all then bowed down to the sages who are honored throughout the universe. Lord Krishna, Lord Balram, and other kings and leaders properly worship the sages by offering them words of greeting, sitting places, water for washing their feet, drinking water, flower garlands, incense, and sandalwood paste. After the sages were comfortably seated, the Supreme Lord Krishna, whose transcendental body protects religious principles, addressed them in the midst of that great assembly. Everyone listened silently with rapt attention.
Okay, so now Krishna is speaking to the sages. Huh? I don't know. Okay, now let's see what the Lord is saying. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Aho Vayam Janma Brito Labdham Katsniyena Tatphalam devanamapi dushprapam yad yogeshwara darshanam.
The Supreme Lord said, "Now our lives are indeed successful, for we have obtained life's ultimate goal, the audience of great yoga masters, which even the demigods only rarely obtain. Despite the great privilege the demigods enjoy as administrators of the universe, they rarely see such sages as Narada and Vasudeva. How much rarer then must it be for the earthly kings and mere cowards to see them?" Here Lord Krishna, identifying himself with all the kings and others who had assembled at Samanta Panchaka, speaks on their behalf.
Okay, so the Supreme Lord is identifying himself with one of the other kings, and so he's glorifying the sages. Aho vayam janma brito. So saying our birth has become successful because we have attained the phalam. Phalam devanam api dushprapam yat yoga ishvara darshanam. So this is even rarely obtained for even the devas. Devanam api dushprapam. What is that? Yad yogeshwara darshanam. So the association, the darshan of such great saintly persons is even more rare than even what the demigods can obtain. So in this context, we can refer to the conversation between Narada and Vasudeva that comes in the beginning of the 11th canto. So there he gives a difference between the association of the Devatas and the association of great saintly persons. Quickly you can go. The 11th canto, first chapter. First chapter? Second chapter. Say second chapter. Beginning only, beginning. Some third or fourth. Eager to engage in the worship of Lord Krishna, best of the Gurus, Narad Muni stayed for some time in Dwarka. Okay, go ahead. Yes. So one day the sage among demigods, Narada, came to the house of Vasudeva. After worshipping Narada with suitable paraphernalia, seated comfortably and respectfully bowing down to him, Vasudeva spoke as follows. Go. Share. Go, fourth verse. Okay, read this verse and purport. Go to the verse, we can recite the verse also. Shri Vasudeva Vacha Bhagavan Bhavato Yatra Svastaye Sarvadehinam Kripananam Yata Pitror Uttama Shloka Varmanam. Vartmanam.
Shri Vasudeva said, "My Lord, your visit, like that of a father to his children, is for the benefit of living beings. We especially help the most wretched among them, as well as those who are advanced in the path toward the Supreme Lord." Uttama Shloka. Vasudeva here describes the glories of Narad Muni. The words Kripanam, Yata Pitror, Uttama Shloka Vartmanam are significant. Kripananam refers to the most wretched persons, whereas Uttama Shloka Vartmanam refers to the most fortunate, those who are advanced in Krishna consciousness. Sridhar Swami has stated, Tata Bhagavad Rupasya Bhagavato Yatra Sarvadehinam Swastaya iti. The word Bhagavad Rupasya indicates that Narada Muni is an expansion of the Supreme Lord and that his activities therefore bring immense benefit for all the living beings. The first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Narada Muni, is described as a manifestation of the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There it is stated that Narada is especially empowered to give instructions in the art of devotional service to Krishna. Narada is especially able to advise the conditioned souls as to how they can dovetail their present activities with the devotional service of Krishna without unnecessarily disrupting their present life.
Okay, fine. So then he's describing about different Brahmana, Kripana. Okay, read this. This verse states that.
This verse states that Narada Muni is so empowered in the devotional service of Krishna that he can lift even miserly rascals out of their illusion, just as a kind father goes to his child and wakes him from a distressing nightmare.
So that's a good analogy. So the conditioned souls are going through distressing nightmare, and so the saintly persons wake them up, and thus they come out of their suffering condition. Okay. Our present
materialistic life is just like a troublesome dream from which great souls such as Narada can wake us. Narad Muni is so powerful that even those already advanced in devotional service to Krishna can greatly enhance their spiritual position by hearing his instructions, as they'll be given here in the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Therefore, Sri Narada is the Guru and the father of all living beings who are originally devotees of the Lord, but who are now artificially attempting to enjoy the material world in the material bodies of human beings, animals, and so on.
Okay, go to the next verse. We'll recite this all. Bhutanam deva charitam dukkaya cha sukaya cha sukhayeva hi sadhunam tvadrisham achyutatmanam.
The activities of the demigods lead to both misery and happiness for living beings. But the activities of great saints like you, who have accepted the infallible Lord as their very soul, result only in the happiness of all beings.
Right? So here he is comparing the devatas with saintly persons. Okay. Purport?
This verse clearly states that the pure devotees of the Lord, such as Narada Muni, are saintly persons, to be considered superior even to the demigods, the living beings empowered by the Supreme Lord to administer the entire universe. In Bhagavad Gita, 3rd chapter 12th verse, it is stated, Ishtan bhogan hi vo deva dasyante yajna bhavita tair dattan apradaya yabhyo yo bhungte sena yevasha.
Okay, fine. So we can skip some part here. Go to the next paragraph, as stated here.
As stated here. However, great saintly persons such as Narada Muni are always merciful to all living beings. Titikshva karunika surada sarvadehinam ajata shatruva shanta sadhuva sadhubhushana. The symptoms of sadhu are that he is tolerant, merciful, and friendly to all living entities. He has no enemies, he is peaceful, he abides by the scriptures, and all his characteristics are sublime. 3rd Canto, 25th chapter, 21st verse. Srila Prabhupada, in his commentary on this verse, has portrayed the sadhu as follows.
Okay, fine. So then he's describing that about sadhu. Okay, go ahead. That whole thing. This is Prabhupada's comment to the verse. Okay, now this we can read. Right. Okay, fine. So anyway, I just wanted to see that difference between the demigods and the saintly persons. I think so you have to go one more verse, next verse. Yes, this is telling what is the difference. Verse?
Sixth verse.
Bhajanti ye yatha devan devapi tataiva tan chayeva karma sachiva sadhavo dina vatsala. So this is telling what is the difference.
Those who worship the demigods receive reciprocation from the demigods in a way just corresponding to the offering. The demigods are attendants of karma, like a person's shadow, but sadhus are actually merciful to the fallen. The words chayeva karma sachiva are significant here. Chaya means shadow. The shadow of the body precisely follows the movement of the body. The shadow has no power to move in a way different from the movement of the body. Similarly, as stated here, Vajanti yata devan deva api tatayvatan. The results the demigods award to the living beings correspond exactly to the living beings' actions. The demigods are empowered by the Lord to follow precisely the particular karma of a living entity in awarding him happiness and distress. Just as a shadow cannot move independently, the demigods cannot punish or reward living being independently. Although the demigods are millions of times more powerful than the human beings on the earth, they are ultimately tiny servants of God whom the Lord allows to play as the controllers of the universe. The fourth canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Prutu Maharaj, an empowered incarnation of the Lord, states that even the demigods are subject to punishment by the Lord if they deviate from his laws. On the other hand, devotees of the Lord, such as Narada Muni, by their potent preaching, can interfere in the karma of a living being by persuading him to give up his fruitive activity and mental speculation and surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In material existence, one works hard under the bondage of ignorance. But if one becomes enlightened by association with pure devotee of the Lord, one can understand one's actual position as an eternal servant of God. By rendering such service, one dissolves his attachment to the material world and the reactions of his previous activities, and a surrendered soul is endowed with unlimited spiritual freedom in the service of the Lord.
Okay, fine. So basically, that is the difference. The demigods, whatever benedictions they give, ultimately it's according to their karma sachiva. But as far as the pure devotees, because they're able to give pure devotional service, then they break through the karmani nirdahati kintucha bhakti bhajam. So that's the difference between the devatas and the sadhus, the pure devotees. And therefore here Krishna is saying that the darshan of the sadhus is even more rare and is even more desirable. Okay, let's go ahead. Text 10. Kim swalpatapasam nrinam archayam deva chakshusam darshana sparshana prashna pravapadharchanadikam.
How is it that people who are not very austere and who recognize God only in his deity form, the temple, can now see you, touch you, inquire from you, bow down to you, worship your feet, and serve you in other ways?
Okay, so Krishna is saying that we are not very austere and we only know God in deity, archayam, but deva chakshusham. But still now we are getting an opportunity for darshana, sparshana, prashna, all this. So he is feeling grateful for the good fortune that he is getting in the form of the association of all these saintly persons. Text 11. Nahiyam maya nitirthani na devamrichila maya te punanti urukalena darshana deva sadavaha.
Mere bodies of water are not the real sacred places of pilgrimage, nor are mere image of earth and stone the true worshipable deities. This purify one only after a long time, but saintly usages purify one immediately upon being seen.
There is one verse in the first canto, first chapter, right? Huh? No. In the first chapter, there's another verse which says, by taking bath in the Ganges, one is purified only after a long time, but this is, I think, the
15th verse.
15th verse, correct, yes. Somebody can, so whoever is speaking online, you can read the translation. What is that? First canto, first chapter, text 15.
O Sutta, those great sages who have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord can at once sanctify those who come in touch with them, whereas the waters of the Ganges can sanctify only after prolonged use.
Yes, so that's the verse. Okay, fine. So this is also similar here, that these purify one, the bodies of water and the deities, they purify one only after a long time, but saintly sages purify one immediately upon being seen. Okay, read the purport.
Because the personality of Godhead is absolute, the Supreme Spirit, any representation of Him, any representation of Him, whether manifested in stone, paint,
sound, or any other authorized medium is not different from his original form in the topmost spiritual planet, Gurukul Vrindavan. But ordinary demigods are not absolute, being infinitesimal spirit soul. Thus, representation of the demigod are not identical with them. Worship of demigod or ritual bathing is a sanctified place gives only limited benefit to those who lack transcendental faith in Supreme Lord. On the other hand, great Vaishnava saints like Vyasadev, Narada, and the four Kumaras are always absorbed in Krishna consciousness, and thus they are very veritable moving tirthas, places of pilgrimage. Even a moment of association with them, especially by hearing their glorification of the Lord, can deliver one from all material entanglement, as King Yudhishthira said to Vidura.
Bhavatvida bhagavata sthita bhuta swayam vibho tirtha gurmanti tirthani swantastena gadhabrita.
My Lord, devotees like you, like your good self, are verily holy places personified. Because you carry the personality of Godhead within your heart, you turn all places into places of pilgrimage.
So, how do you understand these? If somebody asks, saintly sages purify one immediately upon being seen. Or sadhu sang, sarva shastra koi, lava matra sadhu sang sarva siddhi hoy. Lava is 1/11 of a second, right? So, but yet we find perfection doesn't come so fast, right? In 1/11 of a second.
But at least we'll develop a desire, maybe.
Okay.
In those few nanoseconds.
Yes, that's also correct.
Life. That when he meets Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj, so he says that one small moment of association, it brought out the change. That means his humble self is able to spread this knowledge. His whole life was changed.
Right. So, yes, his entire, in one sense, mission changed from Gandhi's mission to Mahaprabhu's mission. So, yes, so radical change.
So, the process is started.
Yes.
The initial spark.
Yes, that's right. The process started. And then the later development depends upon the individual's efforts. But yes, the process starts.
Even in that Bhakti process, although Saddha is there, but Sadhu Sangha, it will start the process of everything.
Yes.
Because even in the Bhakti Rasam Sindhu, the 5 potents form is given. In that, if you take association of devotee,
yes,
all the
others
63 will get covered.
Correct. That's true.
So also sometimes ability is there. Ability is there and desire is also there. But we don't have the right source or the right people to inspire us. So immediately seeing a saint, we say, oh yes, this is what we really wanted. Or this is what we were looking out for. Sometimes the soul is looking out for happiness in wrong places, but we know that actually happiness is there.
Yes, so we at least get the proper information. Then have to process that information.
Or the proper path. Like in our case, no, we didn't have a proper path. We knew, okay, Krishna, everything there, but we didn't have a proper path. Only when we came into ISKCON, we got this proper path. The Sambandha, the Abhideya, the Prayojan was given in such a right manner.
Yes, everything becomes clear. That's correct.
Plus Gokarna and his Brahmarakshas brother, he hearing Bhagavatam, he gets liberated instantly. I mean, after 7 days, of course. But then all the people who are sitting there, they don't get liberated. It depends on, we think that we are pure, we have the desire, but we really don't know how pure we or how attentive we are, though we think we are. So it depends on our purity also, how much the Patra can receive.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Actually, many devotees do ask that many people met Prabhupada, but not all got. So Gaurav Maharaj, he writes, one has to have simplicity and no crookedness while associating with the sadhu, then it will be lava matra sadhu sangha.
Right. So it depends on how one takes advantage of the association. How one takes advantage of the association, how one receives, that is.
Hare Krishna. When we say the seeing the sadhu only, but here we are saying hearing from the sadhu. So there is difference between both, because here it's only said only by seeing the sadhu one gets.
Where it is said? Acha, the first canto verse. Only see? Here, na? Those grave communicating and can at once sanctify those who come in touch with them.
There is a Vaishnava song is also there, na? Darshane Pavitra.
Darshane Pavitra, correct. So that's also correct. So yes, the darshan is also beneficial.
This is in Kanchipuram, where Ramanacharya is with Yadav Prakash and with all his people. And there he doesn't even take darshan of Yamunacharya. Yamunacharya just glances him. And he should be a Vaishnava, but why is he with Mayavadis? He just desires that and he goes. And Ramanacharya never meets him again. But when he comes across him first time, he's able to fulfill that 3 desires of him. So that is how it is potent.
Right. We heard this, and also recently Trivikram Maharaj, he told about Srila Prabhupada. When he was just reaching the harbor, he waved to one person on the other ship. You remember that? There was this captain or some person on the other ship, and Srila Prabhupada was just standing there on the ship, and then there was the other person, and then somehow the other person waved, and Srila Prabhupada also waved to him, and then he smiled, and then very soon he became a devotee, and later he became this what?
First devotee of ISKCON.
Chavan Maharaj or something like that. He actually became sannyasi just by that glance of Srila Prabhupada. That's all. So yes, it's possible.
Also in 10th canto, 10th chapter, I don't remember the shloka, I remember only the translation, that when one is in face to face with the sun, then he is no longer in darkness. And then when he's face to face with the sadhu, then that devotee becomes very fully determined also and surrendered to the Supreme Lord, because now his material bondage has broken.
Right. Right. So definitely even darshan, actually there are many people who saw Srila Prabhupada, just by seeing the glow on his face, they became impressed, and they took up to devotional service. So all these examples are there. These are highly empowered personalities. So simply by darshan also transformation takes place. There are. You want to say something?
Even in CC Broji Adirila 12.91. So there he writes that यहाँ सब are even smaran, it's like even remembering Bhavabandha Vimochan, Rupaya Chaitanya Charan, or he can fulfill all his desires. So that
correct.
Also,
that's true. Yes. First.
That's also by remembrance. So that's the difference between Ganga and Sadhu.
Correct. Yes. Ganga, but Ganga also one can remember.
No, Ganga has to be
touched,
seen or touched. Anusevaya, it is written.
Right.
So here it's explained worship and touch.
Yes. But sadhu simply by remembrance.
Sadhu by remembrance.
That's the benefits of association. So now Krishna is speaking about the glory of association of saintly persons. I'm just thinking, should we complete this section of Krishna speaking? How many more verses are there? Only 2 more verses. Okay, we'll finish.
Translation?
Huh? No, text 12 we'll recite. There's a Lord speaking. So we'll recite the verses. Nagni na suryo na cha chandra taraka na bhur jalam kham shvasano tavan manaha upasata bheda krito harantyagham vipaschito gnanti muhurta sevaya. क्या आपका माइक नहीं चल रहा है?
Online?
Neither the demigods controlling fire, the sun, the moon, and the star, nor those in charge of earth, water, ether, air, speech, and mind actually remove the sins of their worshipper, who continue to see in terms of dualities. But wise sages destroy one's sins when respectfully served for even a few moments. Joy.
Purport.
An immature devotee of the Supreme Lord may accept only the deity of the Lord as divine and see everything else as a material, even the God's confidential servant. Nonetheless, because he recognized Lord Vishnu's supreme position, such a devotee is better situated than materialistic worshipper of the demigods, and he thus deserved a degree of respect. Association with advanced sages, either directly or by hearing their instruction, is recommended in this verse for one who wishes to advance behind the lowest stage of devotional service, devotional life. A neophyte devotee may be free from the more obvious sins of violation against the innocent creature and against his own body and mind, but until he becomes very advanced on the devotional path, he must always contend with the subtler contamination of the false pride, disrespect towards respectable Vaishnavas, and the lack of compassion for suffering creature. The best remedy for these symptoms of immorality is to hear from and honor pure Vaishnava and to assist them in working to deliver the fallen conditioned soul.
Yes, so here the important point is that the demigods, they can remove the sins, they actually remove the sins of their worshippers who continue to see in terms of duality. But wise sages destroy one's sins when respectfully served for even a few moments. So these demigods, they cannot remove the sins of their worshippers, because we just read, right? From the 11th canto, we just read Vasudeva is speaking of the differences between the devatas and the sages. So the devatas, they cannot remove sins, they cannot increase happiness, distress. What they give is simply according to karma. So the quota of happiness and distress remains fixed. Some modification may take place, but the quota of happiness and distress remains fixed. But the sages, by giving devotional service, they actually interfere with the karma and make changes. And so that is what even the Lord is saying over here. And in the purport, the important point that is being made here is that how the neophyte devotees, they may have all these various contaminations. Some contaminations are being mentioned over here, like violence or what? Yes, false pride, disrespect, and all these contaminations may be there. But the remedy for that is to hear from and honor pure Vaishnavas and to assist them in working to deliver the fallen conditioned souls. So therefore, the key for advancement is association. How to progress from Kanishta to Madhyam to Uttam? The key is association. So, and association means to hear and to serve. That is how one can make progress. There is no other way. There is no other way. This is the only way to make progress. So therefore, one must take the association of advanced devotees like Srila Prabhupada and advanced devotees very seriously. So therefore, regularly hearing Srila Prabhupada's lectures and senior devotees who are following properly Srila Prabhupada's instructions, to hear them and serve them is very important. That is how one can actually make progress. And the next verse, famous verse, but very often actually till I read this, I never knew that Krishna spoke this verse. Of course, I mean, because we hear it so many times. Prabhupada quotes it so many times. I never thought Krishna actually spoke it. So by knowing that Krishna actually spoke, it makes there's so much of weight in that. Yasyatma buddhi kunape tridatuke swadi kalatradi bhauma ijjadi yatirtha buddhi salilena karhichit janesha vigyeshu saeva gokaraha.
One who identifies his self as an inert body composed of mucus, bile, air, who assume his wife and family are permanently his own, who thinks an earthen image or the land of his birth is worshipable, or who sees a place of pilgrimage as merely the water there, but who never identify himself with the feels kinship with, worship or even visit those who are wise in the spiritual truth. Such a person is no better than a cow or an ass. Purport. True intelligence is shown by one's freedom from false identification of the self, as stated in the Brahaspati Samhita.
Agyata Bhagavad Dharma Mantra Vijnana Samvida Naraste Gokharagneya Api Bhupala Vandita.
Men who do not know the principle of devotional service to the Supreme Lord should be known as cows and asses. Even if they are expert in the technically analyzing Vedic mantras and are adored by world leaders. An imperfect Vaishnava advancing toward the second class platform identifies himself with the sages who have established the true spiritual path, even while he still may have some inferior material attachment to body, family, and so on. Such a devotee of the Lord is not a foolish cow or stubborn ass like the majority of materialists. But most excellent is the Vaishnava who has gained the special mercy of the Lord and broken free from the bondage of illusory attachment altogether. According to Srila Vishnu Chakravarti, the word Bhoma Ijjadhi, who thinks an image made of earth is worshipable, refer not to the deity form of the Supreme Lord in his temple, but to the deities of demigod and the world's Yat Tirtha Buddhist Salile, who sees the pilgrimage as merely the water there, refer not to sacred river like Ganga or Yamuna, but to lesser rivers.
So this discussion on this verse takes place many times. So all this is the materialistic mentality. And so therefore the real purpose, or here basically what Krishna is glorifying is the association of devotees. So one should go to the holy place simply to associate with the devotees, and that is how one can raise one's consciousness. That is important. So in this way here, Lord Krishna in these verses has glorified the saintly persons who have come there to Kurukshetra. And then the saintly persons reply. Okay, so time for a break. So we'll take break till 2 o'clock. Okay, 2:05. And then we will continue. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srimad Bhagavatam ki
अरे आवाज नहीं आ रहा है क्या कुछ भी? अरे बोल।
हरे कृष्णा प्रभु जी शायद ज्वाइन नहीं किए हैं अभी।
हाँ
सब
अभी
ठीक हो
join
जाएगा, चिंता मत करो।
क्लियर है? हरे कृष्ण। ठीक है।
All right. Hare Krishna.
माधव से प्रभु।
Yes, Sabri, yes.
Yes.
All good.
Recording.
Okay.
ऊपर stop.
Text 15. For some time the sages pondered the Supreme Lord's behavior, which resembled that of a subordinate living being. They concluded that he was acting this way to instruct the people in general. Thus they smiled and spoke to him, the spiritual master of the universe. Purport, please read.
Srila Sridhar Swami explained the word Ishita Vyata as referring to one's not being a controller, or in other words, to being under the law of karma, obliged to work and experience the result of one's work. While addressing the sages, Lord Krishna accepted the role of subordinate living being to emphasize the importance of hearing and serving the saintly Vaishnava. The personality of Godhead is also the supreme teacher of spiritual surrender.
Yes, so the Lord is speaking all this just to instruct the people. Jana Sangraha, to instruct the people. The Lord is behaving in this way, speaking in this way, so that people in general understand the importance of respecting saintly persons. So now the sages are speaking. Shri Munayo Chu Yanmaya Tattvaviduttama Vayam Vimohita Vishwasrujamadishvaraha Yadishitavya Yati Uda Ihaya Aho Vijitram Bhagavat Vicheshtitam.
The great sages said, "Your power of illusion has totally bewildered us, the most exalted knowers of the truth, and the leaders among the universal creators. Ah, how amazing is the behavior of the Supreme Lord. He covers himself with his human-like activities and pretends to be subject to superior control." Purport. The sages have characterized the Lord's statement as inscrutable, Duranyavayam. How this is so is stated here. His words and activities bewilder even the most learned when he plays at subordinating himself to his own servants.
So, the Lord's behavior is very bewildering. Yan Maya Tattvavid Uttama. So they are saying we are Tattvavid Uttama, the best of those who know Tattva, but still your Maya Vimohitaha, but still your Maya bewilders us. So when the Lord decides to bewilder someone who cannot be bewildered. So some examples of the Lord's power, of the Lord's bewildering potency. Okay, one is the Brahma Vimohan Leela. Okay, how the Lord's potency bewildered even Brahma. Yes, even Balram got bewildered at that time.
Mohini Murti.
Okay, Mohini Murti bewildering.
Lord Shiva.
Even Lord Shiva, Mahadev, but even he got bewildered.
In the multiple occasions, like this Parijat flowers and or Gordon Lila.
Right. So even Indra gets bewildered many times. Lord Ram bewildered whom? Okay, Lord Ram, and yes, how?
Lord Ram bewildering Mother Parvati, Lord Ram bewildering Sugriva. Sugriva was thinking, means when Lord was weeping and crying, or he was not having much confidence that will we be able to cross this ocean or go across that. So So then he was even encouraged by Sugriva. During fight also, in Ramayana it happens.
Achha.
So Lord sometimes becomes too much emotional at many moments actually.
Okay, so he behaves like ordinary person.
Even Garud Dev is also got bewildered by seeing the Lord. When this Nag Pash was, there's some pastime is there in Ramayana when he got also bewildered. Means Garud Dev also got bewildered by seeing the Lord's action.
Yes, of course.
Online,
online bolo na.
Markandeya Rishi got bewildered by the potency of the Lord.
When?
Annihilation. When Lord showed the Yogamaya potency and in a devastation time, he was bewildered in the rain water. And then he saw again the Lord with the thumb sucking, the toe. And then he enters within the Lord's mouth. And he again sees that the entire universe is there within his body also. So
Right.
he is simultaneously inside and out.
Yes. So that's how the Lord's Maya potency is very bewildering. And so then what to speak of us? Ordinary jivas. So we can be very much bewildered by the illusory potency. So therefore, the association of devotees and the spiritual strength by following the instructions of the spiritual master, by taking shelter of the Supreme Lord, all this is very important to protect oneself from the influence of Maya. So one requires spiritual strength, correct? To protect oneself from Maya, spiritual strength. And how to get spiritual strength?
Association of pure devotees.
Yes, especially following the instructions. That is what will protect one.
Prabhuji, just as the Lord's activities are bewildering, even pure devotees, some activities are bewildering.
Like?
No, I'm asking, I don't know. Because I'm also bewildered, Prabhuji.
You're bewildered by what?
I'm bewildered by the Lord's activities, definitely. But there are some activities which are really bewildering. Like for me, the most bewildering activity when Srila Prabhupada, the disciples wrote CC in 2 months. Normally, a book takes 5 years for publishing and proofreading, editing, and re-editing. For me, that activity was the most bewildering activity or pastime. So I'm still bewildered with that pastime, Prabhuji.
Yes, of course. We have the well-known verse, Vaishnavera, Kriya, Mudra, Vigyena, Bhujai. So just like the Lord's activities are bewildering, so the activities of the pure devotees also could be bewildering. That is correct. So of course, as far as the CC pastime is concerned, that's a pastime of full empowerment by full surrender. That is how that inconceivable activity took place. That's full empowerment. So, but yes, we do accept the fact that sometimes the activities of the pure devotees can also be bewildering, and so everything cannot be so easily understood. So, anyone can tell some examples of bewildering activities of the devotees? Lord Shiva, when?
The action of Yogamaya, he got bewildered. So that itself bewilders the followers of Lord Shiva.
Of course, okay. So Lord Shiva got bewildered, and that is bewildering. Okay, but any other examples of activities of pure devotees?
Lord Nityananda kicking Shivananda Sen.
Lord Nityananda kicking Shivananda Sen, but that is Lord. That's Balaram.
What about Ramanand Rai?
What's that?
Ramanand Rai.
Ramanand Rai when?
He was training the
Devadasis.
Devadasis, yeah.
Okay, fine. We can take that. Okay, so Of course, Ramanand Rai also was not an ordinary person. Is Vishaka Saki.
Gadadhar Das. Gadadhar Das.
एक जन आप Madhu Seva Prabhu?
Gadadhar Das, in the middle of the night, he goes to Kazi and says, chant the name of Hari.
Gadadhar Das.
He will go and kill the Magar crocodiles also. Abhiram Thakur also.
Yes, those are associates of Lord Nityananda.
Most mysterious.
Yes, very mysterious, correct.
And Pandit Vidyanidhi living like
Or Kishodas Babaji Maharaj.
Kab?
He was sitting in latrine and chanting. And sometimes for 7 days he used to go inside the Ganges, not come out only.
Acha.
Inside the Ganges. Used to go and inside and he used to eat the mud. He used to eat the mud and remain alive.
Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj used to eat with dogs of the Dham. Both will eat in the same plate.
Oh, really? Amazing.
Srila Prabhupada eating from Krishna's plate.
Krishna's plate, that was. Vrindavan.
What?
Acha. Anyway, that's okay.
Even that pastime of Raghunath Das Goswami, 3 drops of butter, and then he has a stomach pain, and then the Ayurvedic doctor he tests and he says he has a very big feast because
Yes.
spiritual world.
That's on the spiritual platform.
Yeah. Prabhuji, also can we give current Acharya's example?
Tell?
For me, it's very big this that how His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, after that brain stroke, is still, continuing. It's still big mystery for me. And secondly, my own spiritual master. 18 temples, he excelled 18 temples also. And how 18 temples are built in Delhi itself, that is also very much.
Correct. That's true. All cases of special empowerment. Special empowerment by the Lords. Yes, okay, fine. So let's proceed ahead. So now the sages are glorifying
It is correct, na?
What?
Like, even devotees like us also many times, we decide something and we do something else. Means, and then other devotees say, he was deciding something, now doing something else. So it is also bewildering.
Bewildering to whom? To others or what?
No, what I mean to say that sometimes inspiration comes from certain activities. We decide something. Again, inspiration comes from some other activity. So now he and in this category, many devotees are there.
Prabhu, that said by Krishna also in the Gita that devotees do not take the normal course of action. So whatever turn they take from within by the Lord. So generally for others it is bewildering, but then they are completely dependent on His orders and inspiration.
Good. Okay, fine. Let's proceed. Take 17. Anihaetad baudaika atmana srujatyavatyati na badyate yatha baumerhi bhumir bahunam rupini aho vibhumnascharitam vidambanam. Queen Kunti's press. Read. Online read.
Indeed, the human-like pastimes of the Almighty are simply a pretense. Effortlessly, He alone sends forth from His self this variegated creation, maintains it, and then swallows it up again, all without becoming entangled, just as the element earth takes on many names and forms in its various transformations.
Right. So here they're glorifying the Lord that even though He performs human-like pastimes, but still He does srujati, avati, atti, and He does all this, but na badyate. He is never bound by performing. A purport?
The One Supreme expends Himself as many without diminishing His completeness. He does this effortlessly, without depending on anyone or anything else. This mystic pursuit of the Lord's self-expansion is incomprehensible to all but Himself. But example of
Volume
such
2 in the Lord.
For example of the substance earth and its manifold products bears enough resemblance to provide some idea. The same example is also presented in an often cited passage Chandogya Upanishad. Vacharambhanam vikaro nam deyam tiketi eva satyam. Earth's transformations are merely verbal creations of the process of naming. The substance earth itself is alone real. Srila Sridhar Swami suggests that this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam answers a possible objection on the part of Lord Krishna. How can I create, maintain, and destroy the universe if I am Vasudev's son? The answer is given by the words, Aho, Vibhunas Charitam Vidamanam. You are the perfectly complete whole, and your birth and pastimes are only imitation of ordinary person activity in the material world. You simply pretended to be under higher control.
Okay, fine. So the Lord's activities, they simply appear to be like that of ordinary person, but still we understand that they're all transcendental, superhuman. They simply appear to be like ordinary activities. Okay, text 18. Athapi kale swajanaabhiguptaye bibarshi sattvam kala nigrahaya cha swalilaya vedapatham sanatanam varnashramatma purusha paro bhavan.
Nonetheless, at suitable times, you assume the pure mode of goodness to protect your devotees and punish the wicked. Thus, you, the soul of the Varnashrama social order, the supremacy of Godhead, maintain the eternal path of the Vedas by enjoying your pleasure pastimes. Purport. This verse describes the Lord's enlightening people in general, Jana Sangraha, and his imitation of worldly behavior. Because the personality of Godhead remains always perfect, the body he manifests when he comes to this world is not touched by the material goodness. Rather, it is a manifestation of pure goodness known as Vishuddha Sattva, the same spiritual substance that constitutes his original form.
Okay, fine. So we're proceeding. Brahmate hridayam shuklam tapaswadhyaya sanyame yatropalabdham sadvyaktam avyaktam cha tata param. Online?
The Vedas are your spotless heart, and through them one can perceive by means of austerity, study, and self-control the manifest, the unmanifest, and the pure existence transcendental to both. Vyakta, the manifest, consists of the visible things of this world, and Avyakta consists of the subtle underlying causes of cosmic creation. The Vedas point toward the transcendental realm of Brahman, which lies beyond all material cause and effect.
So here they're glorifying the Vedas, which are basically coming from the Lord. So they say that Brahmate hridayam. So the Vedas are the heart of the Lord, because that's what is coming from the Lord's heart. And how one can understand the Vedas? Shuklam tapa swadhyaya samyamai. So by austerity, study, and self-control. That is how one can understand the Vedas. And that is what Brahmaji did to understand the Vedas, correct? So he performed austerity, then it said that he studied them thrice, right? 3 times. And then, of course, he was controlling, self-control. So all that is required in order to understand the Vedic knowledge. So, of course, the principles apply for us as well. Without that purification, one cannot understand. So then if the purification doesn't take place by this austerity, study, self-control, then it will simply remain information. One can read, one will get information, but there will be no transformation. So if you want the transformation to take place, then all this is required. So therefore, Srila Prabhupada gave us an entire process to follow, by which the purification takes place. Then one can actually understand the knowledge, apply the knowledge, then all that can take place. 20. Tasmad brahma kulam brahman shastra yonastvam atmanah Sabhajayasi Saddhama Tad Brahmanyagranirбhavan.
Therefore, O Supreme Brahman, you honor the members of the Brahminical community, for they are the perfect agents by which one can realize you through the evidence of the Vedas. For that very reason, you are the foremost worshipper of the Brahmanas.
Yes, so the Lord honors the Brahmanas because the Brahmanas, they are agents for spreading the Vedic knowledge. So therefore the Lord honors the Brahmanas. 21. Adyo no janma safalyam vidyayastapaso drushaha tvaya sangamya sadgatya yadantha shreyasam paraha.
Today, our birth, education, austerity, and vision have all become perfect because we have been able to associate with you, the goal of all saintly persons. Indeed, you yourself are the ultimate supreme blessing. Purport. The sages here contrast their respect for the Lord with his reciprocal worship of them. Lord Krishna honors Brahmanas as a means of instructing less intelligent men, whereas he is in fact absolutely independent. The Brahmanas who worship him, on the other hand, benefit themselves more than that they can imagine.
Right. So the Lord worships the Brahmanas, and of course, he's not dependent on them, but then one thing is to set an example, or of course, he actually respects the Brahmanas as mentioned here because they are distributing the knowledge of the Vedas. And of course, in the 4th canto of the Bhagavatam, there is the section where Prithu Maharaj instructing his citizens. There's a whole section where he is glorifying the Brahmanas and the Vaishnavas. You remember? 4th canto? The entire section is there. Anyway, we can't get into all those details now. We have less time. So therefore they say in the next verse, Namastasmai Bhagavate Krishnaya Kuntamedase Swayogamaya Yachanna Mahimne Paramatmane.
Let us offer obeisances unto that Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, the infinitely intelligent Super Soul who has disguised his greatness through his mystique Yogamaya. Purport. Apart from any future profit to be obtained from worshipping the Supreme Lord, it is every person's most essential obligation to bow down to him as an acknowledgement of one's dependence and servitude. Lord Krishna recommends, Manmanavo Madbhakto Madhyajimam Namaskuru Mam Evashasi Yuktatvam Atmanam Matparayana. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, become my devotee, offer obeisances to me and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me.
Yes, so they're offering their obeisances to the Supreme Lord. 23. Nayam vidantyami bhupapa. Nayam vidantyami bhupapa eka ramascha vrishnayah maya javanikachannam atmanam kalamishwaram. Online.
Neither these kings nor even the Vrishnis who enjoy your intimate association know you as the soul of all existence, the force of time and the supreme controller. For them, you are covered by the curtain of Maya. Srila Vishnu Chakravarti explains that Lord Krishna's family, the Vrishnis, were too familiar with him to realize that he is the super soul residing in the heart of every created being. And those kings at Kurukshetra who were not devotees of Krishna could not recognize him as time, the annihilator of everything. Devotees and non-devotees are both covered by Maya, but in different ways. For the materialists, Maya is illusion, but for the Vaishnavas, she acts as Yoga Maya, the internal potency who covers their awareness of the Supreme Lord's majesty and engages them in his eternal pleasure pastimes.
Okay, in this context, we should definitely go through one verse from the 3rd canto. So this is 3rd canto. Go to the 3rd canto. Second chapter. Second chapter, go to 8th verse. Go down. Yes, correct. Let's recite. Durbago bat loko yam yadavo nitaram api ye samvasanto na vidur harim meena. Translation.
This universe, with all its planets, is most unfortunate. And even more unfortunate are the members of the Yadu dynasty, because they could not identify Lord Hari as the personality of Godhead, any more than fish could identify the moon.
This purport is very beautiful.
Uddhava lamented for the unfortunate persons of the world who could not recognize Lord Shri Krishna in spite of seeing all his transcendental godly qualities. From the very beginning of his appearance within the prison bars of King Kamsa up to his martial Leela, although he exhibited his potencies as a personality of Godhead in the six opulences of wealth, strength, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation, the foolish persons of the world could not understand that he was the Supreme Lord. Foolish persons might have
Vidambanam.
Foolish persons might have thought him an extraordinary historic figure because they had no intimate touch with the Lord. But more unfortunate were the family members of the Lord, the members of the Yadu dynasty, who were always in the company with the Lord but were unable to recognize him as the supreme personality of Godhead. Uddhava lamented his own fortune also, because although he knew Krishna to be supreme personality of Godhead, he could not properly use the opportunity to render devotional service to the Lord.
So you can see, just as in this purport also they're mentioning, there are three types of people who are covered by the Maya potency of the Lord. So you can see here, there are three categories. So one is foolish persons. This is one category. Foolish persons might have thought him an extraordinary historic figure because they had no intimate touch with Lord. This is the first category. Second category is more unfortunate family members of the Lord, members of Yadu dynasty. They were always in company, but they were unable to recognize him supreme personality of Godhead. Later on, he'll explain that they at the most understood that he is super soul, but they couldn't understand that he is supreme. And the third category is the pure devotees like Uddhav. So they are also sort of bewildered, but that is due to prema. Yes, that is due to prema. So Uddhav is also lamenting, oh, I could not understand the Supreme Lord, I didn't serve him properly. This is due to prema. So this is three categories of people who are overcome by the Lord's Maya potency in different ways. Go further down, you read. Prabhupada is nicely explaining.
He regretted everyone's misfortune, including his own. The pure devotee of the Lord thinks himself most unfortunate. That is due to excessive love for the Lord and is one of the transcendental perceptions of viraha, the suffering of separation. It is learned from the revealed scripture that the moon was born from the milk ocean. There is a milk ocean in the upper planets, and there Lord Vishnu, who controls the heart of every living being as Paramatma, the super soul, resides as Shirodakshaya Vishnu. Those who do not believe in the existence of the ocean of milk because they have experience only of salty water in the ocean should know that the world is also called the Go, which means a cow. The urine of cow is salty, and according to Ayurvedic medicine, the cow's urine is very effective in treating the patients suffering from liver trouble. Such patients may not have any experience of cow's milk because milk is never given to the liver patients. But the liver patient may know that cow has milk also, although he has never tasted it.
Only Prabhupada gives analogies like this.
Similarly, men who have experience only of this tiny planet where the saltwater ocean exists may take information from the revealed scriptures that there is also an ocean of milk, although we have never seen it. From this ocean of milk, the moon was born. But the fish in the milk ocean could not recognize that the moon was not another fish and was also different from them. The fish took the moon to be one of them, or maybe something illuminating, but nothing more. The unfortunate persons who do not recognize Lord Krishna are like such fish. They take him to be one of them, although a little extraordinary
In opulence.
in opulence, strength, etc. Bhagavad Gita 9.11 confirms such foolish persons to be most unfortunate. Avajananti mamudha manushim tanum ashritam.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that's how there are these three types of people who are covered by the Maya potency in different ways. And that is what is being discussed here also. Huh?
So, Edu members, the eternal associates of Lord. So,
hey, wait, open that once again, sorry. Go to the next verse. Go, niche. Translation. Read this.
Those were all experienced devotees, learned and expert in psychic study. Over and above this, they were always with the Lord in all kinds of relaxations, and still they were only able to know Him as the one Supreme who dwells everywhere.
Purport.
In the Vedas, it is said that the Supreme Lord or the Paramatma cannot be understood simply by strength of one's erudition or power of mental speculation. Nayamatma pravachanena labhyo na medhaya na bahuna shrutena. He can be known only by one who has the mercy of Lord. The Yadavas were all exceptionally learned and experienced, but in spite of their knowing the Lord as the one who lives in everyone's heart, they could not understand that He is the original personality of Godhead. This lack of knowledge was not due to their insufficient erudition, it was due to their misfortune.
That is Prabhupada's explanation.
In Vrindavan, however, the Lord was not even known as the Paramatma because the descendants of Vrindavan were pure, unconventional devotees of Lord and could think of Him only as their object of love. They did not know that He is personality of Godhead. The Yadus or the residents of Dwarka, however, could know Lord as Krishna as Vasudev or the Super Soul living everywhere, but not as Supreme Lord. As scholars of the Vedas, they verified the Vedic hymns Eko Deva, Sarva Bhuta Divasa, Antaryami, and Ushninam Paradevata. The Yadus therefore accepted Lord Krishna as the Super Soul incarnated in their family and not more than that.
The misfortune is they could only understand that He's Super Soul. So because in order to get that complete realization, it is only possible by mercy. That is why Prabhupada began the purport like that. So that complete realization of the Supreme Lord is only possible by mercy. So the Yadus, so that they received only that much mercy by which they could realize that He's Super Soul. And of course, we do understand that that is the sort of relationship they have. The relationship is mostly of awe and reverence, Dwarka. So Dwarka, there is that official relationship. So official relationship means Paramatma. So that is why they have that much realization. Yes, so it's the majestic aspect of the Lord. Paramatma means, yes. So the majestic aspect, He is Antaryami, He is, yes, in Bhagavad Gita 13th chapter, what you say? Yes, Upadrashta, Anumanta, Bharta, Bhokta, Maheshwara. Those are the qualities of the Paramatma. Yes, that is what he's writing now. See now. See the last sentence. Last sentence. Super soul incarnate in the family.
Super soul living everywhere.
Yes, super soul living everywhere.
But not as Supreme Lord.
Yes, but not as a Supreme Lord. Huh? Yes, so basically they understand the majestic aspect of the Lord. And they don't have the full realization of the Bhagwan feature. So that much realization of Krishna is giving them. That is the point. माइक दे दो उनको, वो ऑनलाइन सुनाई दे दे।
saying Paramatma aspect means we hear that Lord is not Paramatma in spiritual world. It's only in material world.
There is no Paramatma in spiritual world.
Yes.
That's
So
what-
his material pastimes here means how to control the living entity, how to witness their activity. So that much they knew. No spiritual pastime of the Lord, that he also plays some pastime in spiritual world. So Yadus, they did not know this. This thing I'm asking.
Yes, yes.
But Yadus were seeing the Dwarka queens also.
Yes.
So then they were not understanding.
Yes, the understanding was up to that level. Paramatma. So that realization comes by grace. Realization comes by grace. So that is what they may know the Vedas and all that they may know. But how much realization they're going to get, that is based on the grace. So Krishna is giving them only that much realization to understand that he is super soul and he is maintaining everyone, he is within the heart. That much realization the Lord gave. But to understand that he is Bhagwan, having all these sweet relationships in Vrindavan, so all that they're unable to perceive.
Is it referring to the sadhakas who take the role of Yadus or eternal associates of Lord? Because eternal associate, they have full knowledge of Lord in as even beyond Vaikuntha, Dwarka is the complete Bhagwan aspect and pastimes. Is it referring to only those demigods who came as Yadus or like that?
Now, this is the purport. Now, I can't speak beyond this purport. So, if you have Vishwanath Chakravarti's commentary on the verse, you see. So, your point is logically correct that, but of course, as far as the queens come in a different category. The queens come in different category. They don't come under the Yadus. You got? Okay, sure. What is it? Our time is up. Adi? Yes.
The Yadavas, knowing the inner heart of Lord, being very intelligent, enjoying individually with him, knew him as the best of among them, and knew him as Paramatma. The inhabitants of Dwarka were not devoid of knowledge of Lord's powers, as were the inhabitants of Gokula, who experienced only sweetness in pure prema. How then can Uddhava say that they did not know the Lord's powers? This verse explains. Because they had great intelligence, Puruk Praudha, they knew what was in Krishna's heart, what to speak of the sweetness of his form. But in spite of that, they did not know his powers. They enjoyed with him individually in sitting, resting, and other activities. Eka Rama. They thought of Krishna, who was present as their eternal master and the best person among themselves, as Paramatma in all beings, Bhutavasam. The Shruti says, Eko Deva Sarva Bhuteshu Gudha. The one Lord is residing within all beings. But they did not know Krishna as Swayam Bhagavan, as the source of Narayana. That is the meaning when Uddhava said that they did not know the Lord. In this world, it is proper that some know Krishna as Bhagavan and some do not. That is not criticized. Criticized are those who are intermediate, those who half know Bhagavan.
So ultimately the same point, na? That they didn't realize that he is Bhagavan. That is the point.
In this world,
yes, they were not devoid of knowledge of Lord's power. So Paramatma is powerful, no? So Paramatma feature is controlling, maintaining, is doing all that. So huh? Yes. So, but anyway, further down he makes the point clear, na? But they did not know Krishna as Swayam Bhagavan. So now we cannot comment anything more than this. So it's not clearly mentioned, it refers only to the Devata portions or the eternal portion.
In this pastime, Lord gave that much understanding.
That's what we have to accept. Okay, how many more verses for the sages? Huh? Till 26, no? Okay, fine. Till 26 only. Okay, we'll finish this section. 24, 25. Read the translation.
A sleeping person imagines an alternative reality for himself, and seeing himself as having various names and forms, forgets his waking identity, which is distinct from the dream. Similarly, the senses of one whose consciousness is bewildered by illusion perceive only the names and forms of mental objects. Thus, such a person loses his memory and cannot know you. Purport. Just as a person's dream is secondary reality created from the stock of his memories and desires, so this universe exists as an inferior creation of the Supreme Lord, in no real way separate from him. And just as person who awakens from sleep experiences the higher reality of his waking life, so the Supreme Lord also has his distinct higher reality beyond everything we know of this world. In his own
Okay,
words.
then he's quoting these two verses from the 9th chapter. We know these verses, Mayata. So this is basically the relationship of the Lord with the material world that is being described. Okay, fine. Next.
26. Today we have directly seen your feet, the source of the holy Ganges, which washes away volumes of sins. Perfected yogis can at best meditate upon your feet within their hearts, but only those who render you wholehearted devotional service and in this way vanquish the soul's covering the material mind attain you as their final destination. Therefore, kindly show mercy towards your devotees. Purport. The holy river Ganges has the power to destroy all sorts of sinful reactions because she originates at the Lord's lotus feet and thus contains the dust of his feet. Explaining this verse, Srila Shridhar Swami says, if the Lord might advise the sages that they need not concern themselves with devotional practices because they are already far advanced in spiritual knowledge and austerity, they hereby respectfully decline such a suggestion, pointing out that only those yogis who have destroyed their material mind and ego by surrendering to Krishna in pure devotional service can attain full perfection. They conclude by praying to the Lord that He favors them in the most merciful way by making them His devotees.
Okay, so in this way, finally they're praying to the Lord to bestow His mercy so that they can become pure devotees. So in this way, the Lord glorified the sages, and the sages in turn are glorifying the Supreme Lord and begging for His mercy. So this is the reciprocation between the Lord and His devotees. Shukdev Goswami said, having thus spoken, O wise king, the sages then took leave of Lord Dashara, Dhritarashtra and Yudhishthir and prepared to depart for their ashrams. And then at that time, Vasudeva comes and then Vasudeva asks some questions. And then there's some conversation between Vasudeva and the sages. So that we will continue tomorrow. But the next chapter is also quite big. 85th chapter. Correct? Ah? Ah, 84th has 71 verses. And 85th? Next chapter is what's the title? Krishna instructs Vasudeva. So anyway, we'll try to finish tomorrow. Maybe we'll have to extend a little bit tomorrow. आज है क्या? Today's there? Who's taking? So anyway, so tomorrow we have scope to extend also. Okay, so we will continue tomorrow and then we'll try to finish 85th chapter. So some things we can go a little fast. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Granthar Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Samved Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.